now globally touched 1.2 crore. In India only, we have reached about 8 lakh corona cases. But I think the good part is business is coming back slowly and gradually to new normal. Of course, it will not be same as and when we reopen. An exhibition space, specifically, I remember the first cinema we started closing from 11th of March, and it's been 4 months that we are not doing, which we're used to doing for almost 59 years. Across globe, about 6,500 screen that we open, that we operate, has been shut down, and with zero revenue coming in. But that being said, uh, you know, even though and let me give you again number of cases growing and how exhibition space is looking at uh, world over, and at least in the countries that we are operating. So daily, on an average, across the world, uh, there are 2 lakh cases growing. Every day we see 2 lakh new cases coming in. In India, we have seen in last 2 weeks average about 22,000 cases coming in every day. But now I believe we have accepted, okay, COVID is here. It's here to stay. It may not uh, be going that easy unless we find some vaccination, which, as for all the researchers, we are saying it's at least 18 months away. So, what do we do till 18 months? We cannot shut down. We cannot just keep on, uh, closing the business and remain the way we are. So, we worked on a detailed SOP, and we practically went through the journey of customer right from the enter, whether it is mask, whether it is booking ticket only online. What can we do to have a touch-free experience at the cinema passing through journey, and have a proper distance with which the experience is something which is safe, something which gives you a big screen experience which consumer have been missing for last 4 months. With that, SOPs like sanitizing the auditorium, disinfecting the washroom, use of paper tickets is completely discontinued. We are saying let's go complete digital experience. Basically saying encourage contactless payment, use of QR code. We all have worked during this period with new technology. Our partner Vista has helped us on, how to create a software to maintain social distancing norm even within the auditorium. And I think the best is our entire team is now trained as per whatever global guidelines we have got in few countries that we have opened. So 25 major markets in the world have started operating. But when we say that started operating cinemas, and let me just give a couple of minutes on what is happening to exhibition space. Exhibition space is not something that unlike any other retailer that we just government mandate comes, you open the door and start doing business. We have different stakeholders. First, liaising with government. We are first we want to convince government that we will not do anything which is not safe for our patron. So we've developed a detailed SOP, we're liaising with the government, uh, and the the detailed document presented to government is approved by the health ministry as per today's recent news in Times of India. We've been in touch with all the various government authority at a central level and at a state level, and Ministry of Home Affairs (MHA), who's been announcing the lockdown, unlockdown one, unlockdown two, and unlockdown three. Now, just to answer your question on when do you see this is unlock three happening and whether cinema will be part of it, we strongly believe that cinema will be part of unlock 3. We've done all the processes that we need to. We have a great global benchmarking that and the studies that the learnings that we have shared from those 25 countries which have opened, and hence we believe government will take a right decision when as and when they announce. And if the unlock 3 is happening in August, cinema will be part of it is our strong belief is. That's number one. Once we are through with government, we have to convince our content owner. I mean, Shibasi's is here, and Sunil Babuji is here. convince them that we are doing what we are good at doing, and we will take all the right precaution. Uh, we're very thankful for all the producers who have been holding on to their content and not release. There are about 80 films which we know that are either ready or 95% production done. So the content will be available, and then that content will have to use in a right way to make sure that the consumer are convinced that cinema is safe to visit. We have a right capacity, and the audiences will come back. And the third piece, once the content owner is convinced, is our cinema mall owners. So we call it developers. So we have to go back to developer and tell them, okay, guys, government is okay, content is okay, but for at least for this year, it's something which we call it new normal. Let us see how and what we can afford to pay you as a rental. So the dynamics on cinema exhibition platform is not dependent on one piece. And then eventually we'll have to go, once we convince our developer. Most of our mall developer and content owner thankfully has been very supportive. We've been working on a regular basis with them to see that, okay, the industry survives, the industry go pass through this tough phase which we all are going through. And at the end of the day, what we have to do is to give our patrons the best movie experience that they are used to getting. I mean, we've been doing a lot of survey. 67% of the people have mentioned that they want to just jump back to cinema as soon as they can. And now we have excellent case study coming from South Korea with movie Alive. Now that movie, the zombie movie, which South Korean audiences like the most, have crossed 1 million admits. So when you're talking about 1 million admits coming from South Korea, it's like one of the biggest blockbusters that India has seen, and that blockbuster has witnessed the same number in India. So I think there are great news coming across the world. It's now time for us to get ready, pull our socks, and then say that, okay, we are ready to welcome our audiences.
Well,
So
sounds very, very optimistic. I'm really
yeah,
glad to see that optimism,
absolutely.
and I think all of us, and we really wish it can open as soon as possible. But the industry has passed through very, very tough times. It's been 4 months that we have been locked down.
Yeah.
So let me, with that question, move to Alok. Alok, uh, how with this lockdown, how do you, and given the vast fixed costs, vast infrastructure investments, how do you think the viability of cinema is going to be affected, given all these high fixed costs during the lockdown period and the zero revenues from sale of tickets, F&B, advertising? So how do you think the viability is going to be affected?
Well, I think I'm as optimistic as Devang is. We are ready to just bounce back. It's a matter of time before we hit the ground running. And as Devang said, do best at what we are doing, which is show movies to our guests who come in. And you're absolutely right, Kapil, that for the last 4 months, all revenues have come to a grinding halt, whether from sale of tickets, sale of food and beverage, or even advertising. So there's a zero rupee which is just coming in. I won't even call it a trickle. I'll just say that all the Swiss walls have shut and there's nothing which is coming into the companies. And there is no doubt that this is a very difficult phase. But this short aberration cannot change the viability of the cinema business. And I'm very, very bullish and optimistic about this business. And all challenges which have already been faced by the cinema industry in its 100 years of career or 100 years of existence, I would say that the industry has come back stronger and we have come back smarter after every challenge that we have faced. It is going to be a battle between apprehensions and the passion for cinema. And we are more than certain, Kapil, that the passion will emerge victorious, and there are no two ways about it. I personally see that the resurgence happening from Q3 onwards, as hopefully the apprehensions would settle, movie releases will get back on track, festivities will kick in, and overall sentiment would make a turnaround. And as Devang said, that today's a time when we have to live with this virus around us, and we have to find ways of getting back to normal life and even going back out, enjoying with family, friends, restaurants, hotels, and cinemas are no different at all. Um, we at Inox, I think, will supplement it with a strong and a very well-directed marketing program. And I think that all chains will do the same. And there'll be a lot of innovation and offerings that we'll give to our guests in the next coming couple of months. We are banking, as I can talk about Inox, on our strong fundamentals, on our strong balance sheet. And I'm very hopeful that we'll be seeing through this phase and coming back to the new normal, which is having the lobby bustling with people, shouting, screaming, sharing a favorite snack, and we'll be back to those good old days. I think we are just one blockbuster away from that, and just one blockbuster away from it. And the increase in footfalls will surely bring an increase in box office, increase in F&B, and increase in advertising revenues. So things should get back to normal. I think so sooner than later.
So Alok is just busting with enthusiasm, I can see. And I'm really so glad the two gentlemen that I have gone to, Devang and Alok, they are both so optimistic. Uh, you know, but I'm not sure, Alok, that how at Inox, you may be, having the enough financial resources at Cinepolis with the backing of International Cinepolis, maybe having. But I think the viability, I was just trying to also understand the viability at the exhibition industry level, because certainly people will find it challenging to reopen the cinemas, and cash is king today. So I was just talking more from that point of view also. Any comments on that?
No, agree, Kapil. I totally agree with you. My thing is that what are we talking about today? We are talking about social distancing. We are talking about minimum sanitization. We are talking about cleaning the place. And that I think every cinema owner will be able to do. Yes, as Devang said just now, there will be a challenge getting in movies, and that's why we've got Suresh Babu sir over here. We've got Shivashish here who will talk about the movies. But as I said, that yes, there are initial problems. There is cash issues all over the country. In all chains in this country, there are cash issues. But that is something we'll circumvent. I think, as I just said, that one big movie which comes, we'll have people coming in, and then we'll have that great circle coming in of footfalls, revenues, profits, and we'll be back to normal. And what SOPs which we are talking about are the national chains as well as the individual small chains can follow and can do without a major hit on their balance sheet.
Yeah, that we have also spoken outside, and we are at UFO, we are also willing to help all the independent cinemas in. And we're just waiting for the SOPs, and I'm very glad. I didn't see the paper today. Devang mentioned that it's in Times of India today, that Home Ministry has cleared it. That's a welcome step. Once we, get it, we can actually get into action. But you just mentioned about content, and you talked about Suresh sir. So let me straight away jump to him. Devang said that 80 films release, 80 films are available, are ready right now. All across India, Devang, we release 16 to 1700 movies a year, out of which under 200 movies, 150 are international movies. So you are talking about 1500 movies a year. That is 125 movies a month. With 80 movies ready, I'm not sure whether we'll have enough film content. So with that, let me jump to Suresh sir, who is
just before you, sorry Kapil, but just before you go to Sureshji, 80 movies means we are talking about in Hollywood, when world over the cinemas have opened, there are no contents to play. Meaning they are talking about 300 or 400 movies world over. India is very typical situation. Having 80 content is at least you have a new content to play in the cinema. But sorry to cut in there. That's what I.
There will certainly be, but I think I'm also concerned about what happens after this movie, and that is going to bring me also to other questions which I'll put before the panel about the the way business is done and the run of the movies. But Suresh sir is the one person of this panel who is an all-in-one person. He from a producer to a distributor to the exhibitor in Telugu film industry, and with the countrywide respect and recognition.
Oh, thank you.
So, sir, how do you think in view of what we just discussed, the exhibition industry is going to grapple with the shortage of filmed content, not immediately, but after this content is consumed, how are we going to get the content since production and post-production are completely shut down? So even whatever movies are there in the post-production, those movies can be finished and brought, but the new production before it starts, there will be a gap after this. Secondly, I will just finish my questions for you, sir, that while the shooting for the film serials have already started, when do you think that shooting and post-production of the films will restart, which is a related question? And by when do you think it will achieve the full scale? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Kapilji, and thank you, Vicky, for organizing this. See, all of us are, I wouldn't say impatient. We all want to do something. We're all sort of concerned about what has been happening. We went to the different governments and we wanted shooting permissions. We got the shooting permissions, but then we developed cold feet and we couldn't start shooting. Both the chief ministers allowed us to shoot. A few television shoots have started. Now, why are we not shooting when we've got the permission? The actors or the technicians still don't feel safe. And why do they not feel safe? Because the curve is on the upside. Till the curve comes down, I don't see it becoming a comfortable moment for the actors and technicians to come on the floor. Then the directors, see, we need to make a creatively good product for the product to come out. So when we are working on a film, if the creativity quotient is removed and we are only constantly worried about sanitization and other stuff, and your whole mind is on that, then you will not creatively come out with a great product. So that's the concern of directors. And cinema, we have a lot of interaction between actors, dancers, fights. It's this social distancing, only 50 people on location. All these things don't work. Now, when are they going to allow us to do that? We don't know. So what is the point of me starting a film where I do the scenes with 2 actors and not do all the crowd sequences, not do all the songs, not do all the dances? So that's why even the few people who can start have stopped, because I'm not going to get an end out of this film. There is no exit for my movie. Then the other one is, if I finish my film, now do I take it to the theaters? And when do I take it to the theaters as a producer? Government might talk about reduced capacity in the auditorium. Is it okay for me? They talk about social distancing, put on a mask and come into cinema. Will enough people come into my theater? Will it make enough revenue for the cost that I have put into the film? Because I've already, now will the actors and financiers take a cut when I release these films? So we've been talking about all these things. We're talking to the financiers, we're talking to the actors. Now, if I go out, I've already spent this money and I'm going to get a hit of 20%, 30% on the theatrical revenue. Will I be able to take that burden, or should I wait it out? We're also waiting for what Tenet will do and what the other international films are going to do in July, August, when they come out in August. Are they going to be 50% less than what they expected, or 30% less? Where is it going to stand? So that will give me a sort of courage. See, we're all looking at 2 graphs. Is the curve going up or is the curve flattening down? Now, Korea is a country, the curve is flattened, and people in Korea, Japan are a very disciplined lot. But we know that people in America, they're not very disciplined. Now, America is a good case study, very similar to the Indians. They go out and they do things. Now, are the collections going to be good or average or below average? That will let me take a call on, should I release, should I not release, or should I hold back my film? Post-production will start a few months before we really decide to start doing shooting. See, some really big visual effects works are all going on, but that's not going to get the end product out. Some kinds of dubbing, some actors are dubbing here and there. Even that with great reluctance. They're not going with a great confidence into the environment to shoot still. So once that happens, our general idea has been, let's wait, let's see that shootings go on for 2-3 months comfortably. Then let's open the theaters. That way, we will have a lot of cinema available. The existing pictures which are ready, then you have 2-3 months. Many films will get done quickly, 5-day, 10-day, 15-day shoots. So then the flow of cinema movies are also there, and then there is no break in the audience experience. So that's been the general thinking on how we should go forward to do these things. But in the long run, we don't care whether it's going to be 1 year or 6 months. We are all very, very sure that once it comes back, and a few months after it comes back, lot of content is going to be available. All the actors are planning for many more movies than they did earlier. More scripts are getting ready. Better planning is happening. So in the long run, if we are very, very, I'm very, very confident that cinema is going to be back in theaters, and in a big way. It's this immediate short run and this medium run that we all have to be very, very careful on how we want to take it. Because our concern is, if you go in a hurry and the films are not going to collect enough money, today there's an option for me to sell my film on the OTT. So if I go direct to OTT, I get a certain price. But if I go theatrical and OTT, the value of the OTT falls drastically. So this economic calculation is there in every producer's mind. What will I get if I go direct to OTT? What will I get if I do a theatrical? Theatrical is mediocre. Will the OTT still give me the same offer, or will he cut it down? So that's where we are. So once that is sorted out, then it becomes, because this is finally economic decision for the producer. The stars want cinemas on screens. The directors want cinema on screens. That's where you get the stardom. But the man who's put his money, he has to take his call now, which is the most viable option. See, this is from the producer's point of view. I'm a producer. I'm also a theater owner. I have 300 screens that are all sitting. Now, I have the problem there. But for that, what can I do now? Just get more films ready, and when it comes back, I have more than 5 shows to play every day. The real thing is the government needs to help us. See, wherever they're opening, there is a lot of reduction in VAT, reduction in GSTs, some kind of benefits from the governments. The government has to support us specifically on GST and power for at least 1 year till we open. Everything else is within ourselves, within the producer, distributor, exhibitors. But the government needs to do these 2 things. Reduce GST for this 1 year, reduce the power tariff for 1 year, and then we'll take care of everything by ourselves.
So there will be concerns from the producer's point of view in release of the cinemas, whether you'll get your money back or not. But we'll have to bring it back to wheel, in some form or the other.
Yeah.
And in that process, my belief is that there will be some readjustment which will take place between the various stakeholders, the way business is done. Like, for example, the actors would want to have all their money in advance. Now, maybe, they will become the stakeholders. So with that, to discuss, explore this aspect, let me go to Akshay. That given the shortage of film content, particularly the blockbusters, like Alok said, that blockbusters hold the key. So there are very few blockbusters we know which are there, and these blockbusters will be crucial to bring the audiences back. So do you think, Akshay, that there will be readjustment on how the films release in the post-COVID period? Are the release patterns and the distribution models going to change? Will the film see wider releases and stay longer in the cinemas? What's your perspective on that?
Right. Thank you, sir, for bringing me in, and thank you, Vicky, for organizing Frames this way. It's beautiful. Coming to the question, so I certainly think that the way forward is obviously going to be a lot different compared to what it was. A lot of vendor-buyer relationships are going to turn into collaborative relationships, and that's really the way forward. Because to come back to normalcy in terms of revenues and operations, I think all of us, the entire value chain, right from the talent to the production sector, the distribution sector, and the exhibitors, need to, rather than dealing with each other as vendors, work as a unit to get us out of this well that we are in. So yes, distribution patterns are going to change, because we all realize that when cinemas open up, they'll possibly not be permitted to open with 100% occupancy. And to build that capacity that films like, let's say, Suryavanshi or 83 or Coolie Number One and the bigger ones deserve, we will have to go much wider with the release. And I mean, you've made that announcement where UFOs, offered to come in as a partner and turn the fixed cost of distribution through your network into a variable cost, which I truly believe will be a massive benefit, not just to the producers, but also to exhibitors, where without worrying about the return on investments from every property, they'll be able to go hugely wide. And similarly, when you spoke about the importance of blockbusters, see, the ones that are ready in Hindi are, it's a count that we can actually count on our fingertips. So we'll need to innovate even there. And I think one way of doing it is to demolish the linguistic barriers that exist within Indian cinema. So while we're talking about those 5 or 6 blockbusterly content that we have in Hindi, there's also a Reliance film that Shivashish has made with Dhanush and Kartik Subbaraj, which is huge, which possibly can do something up north. There's a Vijay film, there's a Vikram film, there's a Surya film. Similarly, the other languages in Malayalam, in Telugu, there are big films that are being made. And honestly, I really think that these films are going to have a smooth ride into the Hindi markets, courtesy the brilliant run that they've had on the satellite medium for all these years. So today, stars like Vijay and Ajit and Rajnikant and Vikram and Mohanlal and Mammootty and Allu Arjun and Rana Raghuvati are huge in North India also, and not through the theatrical medium, but through satellite. And to bring these guys to the big screen in the Hindi market, especially in the tier 2, tier 3 towns where the consumption of this content through satellite is huge, I think can be an absolute game changer. So all of us, from the sector are also in the middle of talks with a lot of key producers down south, and they're more than excited to explore the possibility of bringing their content up north and opening up their markets. So this, I think, can really help the exhibition sector pan India. And of course, nothing stops Hindi content from making bigger inroads into the southern markets. So I really think that a film like Suryavanshi, if it goes with a massive release in Tamil, Telugu and Malayalam dub versions, it can possibly do a lot more than what we would have imagined, because this content shortfall is not just in the Hindi markets, it's also down south. So I think by demolishing these linguistic barriers, we can partially solve this problem of the choked content pipeline. So that's certainly something that's on the cards. And again, the conversation went to the kind of relief that we need from the government. Just to add to what Suresh Babu said about, relief in GST and relief in electricity tariffs, I also think, we all realize that the government spends on social security schemes have increased a great deal. And they need these revenues to come in from businesses to fund those. But I think there are also a lot of innovative ways in which the government can help us. So, one, of course, is easing out a lot of diligence and compliances that the exhibition sector has to go through year after year. Licensing for cinemas is a tedious process, and it's a process that involves dabbling with a various, a lot of units in government bodies. If that can be converted into a single window system, that will be great. Maybe allowing certain ancillary businesses for properties, like multi usage licenses for the same property, where for the few months till the content pipeline is streamlined better, if we can use the properties for concerts or for shows, theater, and a whole lot of other things in weeks where there's no, not enough supply, that could help. One more thing which may sound a bit radical, but food and beverages are, of course, a key revenue stream. Perhaps with a lot of guidelines permitting maybe serving alcohol in cinemas, limited capacity with regulations could become an additional revenue stream. So these kind of things probably need to kick in, and innovation in the context of support for the sector can play a huge role, I believe. So I really hope that through FICCI we can reach out to the right authorities and get all these measures deployed to get the sector back to normal as soon as possible.
Lovely, lovely. So two things are emerging. If I just keep the staying on the content and keeping the government support aside for a moment. So two points are emerging. One is that all stakeholders in the film, the entertainment chain, from artists to producers, distributors, digital cinema chains, exhibitors, everybody will have to chip in, and the way business has been done for so many years, and now actually we do our best, come together and see that how we bring the film entertainment back, do some sacrifice for each other. That is one perspective, I think, perspective which is emerging. And the second, what is emerging, what you said, is that when a Suryavanshi and a Hindi film releases, let it release all India, because let it not compete with other big content elsewhere. And when that the South Indian content releases, let it also be dubbed in Hindi and Bangla and other languages and release all India, and give
TND.
them weeks to make money. And that will be a very, very sound way to provide both content to the cinemas as well as revenues to these blockbuster bigger movies. Now, well, we are five people, we have spoken, but really the man Alok talked about blockbuster, we talked about, Akshay talked about, and the key is really in the hands of Sivashi. he as I said, save the best for the last. Everybody needs this content, and Sivashi is the man of the hour, the one person who is in the hottest seat, holding two blockbuster movies in his hand, Suryavanshi and 83, ready to release just when the lockdown happened. Sivashi, you mentioned a couple of months back that you will release these movies only on the big screen and won't go to OTT. And you said that once the global exhibition sector opens, then you will release it on big screen. You have really, kept your promise. While a lot of content has moved to OTT platforms, you have refrained from taking Suryavanshi and 83 to them, and have also now, keeping your promise, recently announced Diwali and Christmas as the release date of these films. Why did you take that stance, and what would be your advice to other film producers?
So, two parts, Kapilji. So I will come to the question a little later. And I was hearing all the discussion with a lot of hope and a lot of optimism and a lot of information. From Suresh Babu to Alok and Devang and Akshay. I think one thing what we all have to leave in the current situation, that we can't lose hope. We have to remain optimistic. And in that journey, yes, everything is not going fine, or majority of things are not going fine, but it is also a fact of life that every day we consume some news, some information in some parts of the globe, which gives us more hope to fight another 24 hours of our battle in this journey. It is not only, I think, for majority or for all of us, it is not only a career or not only a business opportunity. It is somewhere we have passionately got connected with this stream of livelihood. It's not only a livelihood, it's a part of our, we have been connected with this industry in some manner or other, whatever roles we are playing. So to start off with, there are some infos of last 1 week. Probably I'll just share some of the infos have been touched upon already. Like Devang, you touched upon the about Alive in South Korea. So as of Friday yesterday, it is the 17th day running. Alive is there. It is running on 1,045 screens, and it has already touched 1.7 million footfall, which is, 1.7 million footfall means quite an unheard of footfall. Post-COVID scenario in even a country like, as Devang correctly said, it means one of the biggest blockbuster once it happens in India. If I just want to make it's not an apple to apple, the two countries' population density, everything is different, but if you want to make a benchmark like that. Another interesting bit happened is that last weekend, German cinemas opened up, and they conducted a poll after the poll, after whatever number of, there was no new films, so of course there is less number of people or whoever has attended. 87% of the moviegoers who went to the cinema halls, they said they're absolutely satisfied and happy with the level of sanitization, level of regulation, and level of restrictions, whatever they have been followed by the country in the cinemas. And they have been quite bullish that if this situation continues, those 87% people, or a sample size, so larger number of people will come back to the cinemas. To give an idea to the audience, at least what Devang and Alok has been saying, it is broadly in the same line. It's not that one country is doing a very different level of restriction. It's the same online ticketing and social distancing and etc. of the world. So which gives us a hope that once the cinema opens and if we can implement it religiously, I think we will be able to get the audiences back. Even I'm a producer, I mean, at the company, I'm representing a producer, but I'm so passionately talking that we need the cinemas back. Because the fact of life is anything between 60 to 70% of our revenues for films historically comes from the theaters, whether Indian theaters or global theaters. So our economy of films cannot be built upon keeping this part of the value chain out. That's why even I'm a producer, I'm equally interested in the cinema. This part of the economy has to open up. Otherwise, there is no long-term survival for us. Third bit is that at the same time when Korea launched Alive, at the same time the France cinemas opened up a weekend before that. And in the first weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they have a 1 million footfall. Not in one film, but on multiple films, whatever is the footfall in that weekend. Is it in the same range as the post-COVID scenario? Answer is no. I mean, pre-COVID scenario, answer is no. But it's quite a surprising number of footfall. 1 million people means 10 lakh people have came to see films, old films. There are no new films in France or no blockbuster films in France over a period of 3 days. Is a decent number. Just to give a perception that 10 lakh people have felt safe that they want to come to the cinemas to consume cinemas over a period of 3 days. And just to stress upon the point with Suresh Babu, I mean Suresh ji raised, that across the globe, different countries, different governments have taken steps to help these hospitality and leisure sectors at the end of the day. And it's an unprecedented time. Different sectors are expecting support. Last week, we just sampled the news and we got a news that in UK, incidentally, their finance minister is an Indian, Rishi Sunak, basically Narayan Murthy's son-in-law. He announced that the VAT in UK in cinemas have been reduced from 20% to 5%, and that will impact close to, and along with not only in cinema industry but also in hospitality and leisure sector in totality, that will impact the country close to, I mean, it will save close to 2.4 million jobs. That's what in their plan, and it will impact close to 4 billion GBP as an impact on the treasury. But extremely bold step, and which has given a lot of hope, cutting down a 15% impact on the VAT, even equivalent to GST in our country, is quite a bold step from the government. We'll hope that in the coming days, in the next, in the future days, we'll also see some kind of a support in terms of whether the state government or the central governments in any part of this sectors. Definitely, both through FICCI as well as CII, as all of you must be aware that we have raised a lot of requests with the government, whether for providing loan facility in a much more easier form, or whether for cutting down the GST rates for a year, or ensuring any manner whether there's a little amount of more cash flow in this overall sector. So while all these 3 or 4 points, Kapil, is not related to your question, but I thought that as I believe that I leave every day open the morning news and I figured out that what is the good situation, or what are the things happening across the globe, and this will give me more hope to answer your question. Hold back Suryavanshi in 83 for another 1 week or 2.
Sure.
It's an unprecedented world. Now coming back to your question, Kapilji, is that yes, I think when the thing started, in February and March. Probably that point of time we have not been. I think most of us are not visualizing that this is so long term. We have been hoping that it will probably 2 months, maybe April, May, and June cinemas will open. Or we have not been even tuned to situation. What is the level of calamity? We don't even know standing as on today that what is the level of what is the level of impact which will be there in the next 6 months, 9 months situation. But I am fortunate that especially, so I'll break up the discussion into 2 parts. To answer the first question first, is a film getting released on OTT something wrong? The answer is no. As a producer, I do believe that there are a lot of films which even it goes to, in this situation, the producers are holding, they have been losing money, losing interest, they have to pay their vendors, creditors, artists. And if they find that the film can get distributed on a platform which will reach so many countries, it's a correct decision between the buyer and supplier. And I am no one to judge the decisions. And I truly believe that if there are some films which should find an opportunity to get released in this platform, the producer should take that call. There is nothing wrong in it. And there is no end. I mean, there is no dearth of cinemas. I mean, unless some amount of money flows back to the overall film industry, somehow the money are flowing back to the overall film industry, the same money will get contributed into the next film. It is not that the producers will take that money and run away and not do the business. I mean, I'll be hopeful that the same money will get plowed back for his next film, which will go on the floor. But it hurts, and I can understand that sentiment, that if big tentpole spectacle films get shifted, or there are logics even if that get shifted, and I am no one to judge those logic. But from a purely from a cinema chain perspective, when they wait that okay, if there is a big tentpole film comes, in that scenario probably it will bring back the footfall dramatically. If there is a high concept, high content, socially driven, some films which I'm agnostic to a situation on a small platform with a bit larger platform, films should go. Films should go in an OTT. Even if the big blockbusters, if some producers think of sending a blockbuster to the OTT, so be it. It's a completely individual decision. Particularly for our point of view, I honestly believe that if we have made some films which are for big screen, I will try to hold as long as possible. If there are films which are supposed to go to the smaller screen, let them be. There is nothing wrong in that. Fortunately for me, my directors and my partners, all the actors, like for Suryavanshi, it is Rohit and Akshay, and for 83, it is Kabir and Ranveer. All of us believe that these films we should try to hold for a theatrical release. And I go back to the point that I will try to hold not only for India theatrical release till the time global cinemas open up. It looks like the global cinemas will open up before India. There are more larger blockbusters which are expected at the large part of the global box office cinemas. Majority of the countries where Indian cinema thrives, like at least in a value term, have almost started opening up or opening up. Like Middle East has opened up, US actually opened up and then they shut down a couple of states. New Zealand has opened up, Australia partly has opened up, Singapore is opening on 13th of July, Hong Kong has opened up. So a lot of countries have opened up. European, most of the countries are eyeing with the Tenet. Whenever the Tenet will release, they will probably a month before that or 15 days before that. So yes, but this is an aspiration that if someone has made a film where the experience will be greater for a larger screen, probably as an individual producer, my intent will be to hold those films for a larger screen. At the same point of time, if there are films which we think that there is no point holding, because films also will get stale. I mean, you can't hold 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. It is not only the financial holding. The films also will lose the sensibility. There are films which they think that without holding for when the cinemas will open up, you are able to at least distribute and release the movie on a platform, which is a great boon. I think this whole OTT thing, somehow for the overall industry or the economy, is a great boon in the current situation. At least in some segments of the economy, the business is flowing. Whether it may be a hard situation for the exhibition sector, but at least between the producer, between an OTT platform, at least an actor is also happy that some films are going and the films are getting released. But if a film has been made for large spectacle, tentpole, which will bring the footfalls back, which will get the exhibition sector moving, if there is an ability, people should try to hold for the large screen experience. That definitely, because as I agree with Alok, one blockbuster, I truly believe that large part of the audiences will be back. Which, if it is happening in Korea, why it will not happen in India? I mean, I love to believe and like to believe in optimism. I may be wrong, but that's the way life will pan out.
I believe that the films are really made for the big screen. Nobody wants to go to the OTT platform because the stardom, like Suresh sir also said, the stardom really comes. Every producer, every actor wants to be seen on the big screen first. As a producer, financially, you said 60 to 70% revenue comes from the large screen, from the exhibition. Stardom is achieved from that. So I think it is in everybody's interest. But having said that, I mean, there is a challenge from OTT. So that's why I wanted to ask you, Devang. Lot of content has recently, whether these are tentpole films or not, that only after they release anybody can tell. But a lot of content has moved to OTT, admittedly. Now, this challenge from OTT, do you think, in your view, is here to stay, or is it just a temporary phenomenon? So these guys have very deep pockets.
I have always believed that and I'm talking specifically for India, in India, all the businesses have their own segment. They have their own opportunities. It's a large country. It's a huge population, and both the businesses, even within the entertainment space, can coexist parallelly. In fact, I've gone on record saying that after the growth of OTT in India, the footfalls in cinema have increased. And that's because people have started developing that habit towards the great content. Cinema going is an outing. We run Club Cinepolis program. It's an experience. It's not, and hence I said that it's not that what they pay is for a content. I mean, why they choose their preferred destination to go for watching a particular movie is precisely to get that experience. It's not that what they're paying is for popcorn. It's not that they're paying for Coca-Cola. It's not that they're paying for XYZ content. It's an overall experience that they pay for. OTT has only helped. We have an example of smaller budget movie, which initially were not seeing light at any collection coming from exhibition. Movie like Stree, when they released teaser, no one knew and no one projected that it can go and touch 100 crore. And I think the audiences for movie like horror or genre like horror comic has come because of OTT. So I believe OTT is here to stay. Exhibition is here to stay. Both can coexist and both can eventually make sure that our consumer at both OTT and exhibition space are happy.
So, Alok, so this is very encouraging, although the circumstances under which the movies went to OTT or were made for OTT, the originals and all earlier, versus, because at that time cinemas were operating. Now, the cinemas are completely shut for last 4 months. So now the circumstance is very different, and I don't know but I think we are all very, very optimistic. Alok, I think Sivashish touched upon the topic of the Hollywood releases. So my question to you is, so we have been for some time hearing about the imminent release of these Hollywood movies like Unhinged, Tenet,
Right.
Mulan, Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Of course, their dates have shifted a little bit depending on the situation, what has been happening elsewhere in the world. But do you think that their release, if and when that happens, is going to help the Indian exhibition industry?
Yes, I think, Kapil. And let me say that if the previous 2 years are anything to go by, the Hollywood movies will only help, but will also provide, with Tenet coming whenever it comes, a massive boost to the revival prospects of the Indian film industry. And I'm talking about everybody in India. With audiences swelling for dub versions of Hollywood movies, we are talking about other Indian languages being dubbed in Hindi, Hindi films being dubbed in other Indian languages. I would say that Hollywood has already started that practice. And with the swelling demand of Hollywood and other Indian languages, the DCI compliance screens now at an all-time high. I think there is no looking back for English content at all. And this will just keep on growing in India because people love good movies. They like good stories. They like a way a story is told. And whether it is Hollywood or any other movie made in any language, so to say, will do wonders if it's dubbed in other languages. Tenet and Mulan, whenever they are released, because we all know that the dates are shifting, this will bring out the true appetite for Hollywood content in India. And these movies will surely perform better than they estimate, not just for the sheer quality of these movies, but also due to the pent-up demand which is there. So people will come out, and I'm very hopeful that these movies will do well. If I can remember the names, last year we had Avengers Endgame, we had Lion King, and this year, as you rightly said, Tenet, Mulan, Wonder Woman, Black Widow, Bond's No Time to Die. I think this will prove yet again that Hollywood is here to stay in India. And especially if it's dubbed in all Indian languages.
No. Alok, my question was from a very different perspective. Whether Hollywood is here to stay or not, I think that's not the perspective that we are examining today. we are examining that how will it help exhibition industry to come back after the pandemic when there is going to be shortage of the Indian content. Some Hollywood movies like this are going to release before the Indian content is going to release. I think we are more talking from that perspective, not really.
I agree. So that's exactly what I said, Kapil, that there's a lot of pent-up demand. People will come to see these movies. It's not they will not come. We are waiting for great quality to come. We are waiting for the sheer brilliance of these movies, and people want to see this. So that's exactly what I said, that they will do well, number one, because of the content, and number two, because of we all want to go out and enjoy a film on a large screen. So nothing is taking away from that. You're talking about Hollywood. I'm talking about any movie which has a great storyline will do well in our theaters. Good. And as Akshay said, as everybody said, that we have to break that language barrier. Hollywood, I'm saying, has already done that. And that's why I'm saying that these movies will continue to do well. And we all are hungry to go out. And the hunger is there to watch it on the large screen.
Yeah. I have few questions coming. We have only very few minutes left, like maybe 5-6 minutes left. So I'll just take a couple of questions and then we'll conclude. So I have a question coming from Anubha. Speaking of blockbuster films, do you think the pandemic will bring about positive changes like not depending on star power solely and promoting good content and storytelling? Suresh sir, would you like to take this question? Not depending on blockbuster, but promote. And you have to unmute yourself. You are muted. Yeah.
It's good content that makes stars. When Bahubali came to Bombay, Rajmouli was not a star, Prabhas was not a star, or Rana Daggubati was not a star. The film came, the content became a hit, they became superstars. So always good content is appreciated. And once good content is appreciated, the people who are in that content become stars for people. So that's the cycle. It's not that no star has become a star without good content. So it's a cycle. We love stars, whether it is games, in sports, in politics, in cinema. We want stars. As we aspire, we want to go and watch a Ronaldo match, a Messi match, though we like football. See, it is stardom, and then the stardom might change. And then the opportunity for more stars to come up will increase now. With people having tasted better content in this time, a lot of people have watched a lot of international content, a lot of national content. So the taste will become better and their aptitude towards going and watching more content-based films will increase. But stars will always stay.
So stars are created by the content, good storytelling.
Absolutely, yeah.
Content.
Created by the public. Stars are created by the public. Eventually,
so they create the blockbusters. It is so there is no definition of blockbuster. Like we have seen so many small films.
Yes.
Like you took the example of Stree, for example, and they ended up doing 100 crores. So like this, there are so many films which nobody anticipated. Badhaiyo, Stree, Vicky Donor. I mean, the recent time. In the older days, we have seen the Page 3 kind of movies, which nobody anticipated, made with very paltry budget, but ended up doing huge businesses and attracting the attention of, catching the imagination of the people. The second question I have is that, is there a possibility that the OTT platforms fill a gap because India's screen penetration is lowest in the world, just 9,600 screens? Even though India produces close to 2,000 films annually. Anybody, Alok, Akshay, anybody like?
Well, I think the question was, will the OTT continue? Am I right? Is that the question?
OTT fills the gap because we should have.
Fills the gap. Okay, fills the gap. Yes, absolutely right. Absolutely right. As Devang said, absolutely right. See, it all coexists. Whether it's exhibition or whether it's OTT, we all coexist. It's not that we can live in mutually separate worlds. No, that's not the case now going forward. And as it's rightly said, that there are some movies which are just made for the OTT. They are not for the large screen. As Sibashi said, that there's content which is made only for the OTT. And yes, they go on OTT. Going forward, I would say that more content is being made. We will have so many movies, web series, and other types of documentaries being made that yes, they require outlets to be released. There could be movies coming on the large screen. There could be movies coming on the OTT. I would say it's really collaborative rather than competitive. We all have to be together in it. And that's how I see the future of OTT as well as exhibition. But just one more second, if I can just finish this off, saying yes, if a movie which comes, what is, as Subhashish rightly said, that 60 to 70% of the money comes from theatrical release, these four movies. And yes, if that window, that globally prevalent window is followed, I think it'll be beneficial for everybody in the entire value chain.
Excellent, excellent.
So if I may just add a little bit of a point to that, sir.
Okay, we're running out of time.
Sure.
Just 1 minute left. I have to conclude it. I'm sorry, because the next session is waiting. I would have loved to spend another half an hour, 1 hour, but Vicky hasn't allowed me because, these conversations are interesting. So I think in summary, one, we don't see a threat from the OTT. There have been past instances, everybody predicted the death of cinema when TV came, nothing happened. OTT came, nothing happened. Actually, the cinema footfalls with every instance have been going up. So they are here to coexist. I see cautious optimism, or no, rather, it's not cautious. It's a lot of optimism in everybody's mind about the reopening and are coming back. While we all want cinemas to open as soon as possible, we are putting our best foot forward to ensure the health and safety of the audiences as well as artists and other workers. Releases probably can help the Indian exhibition industry in drawing back the footfalls, at least in the initial phase. Of course, they will continue there. We need to see what's happening elsewhere in the world, like we took the example of Germany, Korea, various countries. And I think one very important point which is emerging is that there is a dire need for government support, which is not forthcoming. So appeal to the government to support. With this, I close this very, very productive session. Thank you, everybody, for participating. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. It was a wonderful session. We all hope and pray that life returns to normal at the earliest and we get to see large-scale formats again live. Thank you. Have a nice day. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second session of Day 5 of the FICCI eFrames 2020. This session is titled Gaming, a Cog in the Digital Ecosystem Wheel or a Whole Wheel in Itself. To tell us more and to introduce the panel, I would like to invite Mr. Girish Menon, Partner and Head Media and Entertainment at KPMG India. Girish, the platform is all yours.
Great. Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. And, thanks for joining us today. We've got hopefully a very interesting, conversation lined up today. And I think I just want to preface this by making a couple of points, right? So gaming in India obviously has seen a huge surge over the last few years. But what's been interesting is, when during COVID time, when, most forms of entertainment actually saw a bit of a decline, gaming along with digital is probably the one, silver lining, so to say, where there's been a continuous increase in time spent, and the metrics are actually seeing a pretty big upswing. Part of and if I take that forward, right, gaming also is seeing a very larger evolution crossed from the time where, it's just been about companies in India looking to develop games on their own and, struggling to scale up to a situation where we've got large organizations in India who are now involved in the gaming business, some of them who come up from scratch to build a very large scale in India. And more, actually, we are starting to see, what we can call as ecosystems develop both around gaming and around the wider digital offerings, right? And I think what I wanted to do today was explore this thought with the panelists in terms of how do they see this affecting the gaming industry in India and how does that play out, right? So without wasting any more time, let me actually bring most of the panelists on board. And just as a preamble, I think what I would request most of the panelists also to do is introduce themselves, but also give us a bit of a perspective on how COVID sort of impacted their organizations, and more importantly, what are the kind of opportunities and trends that they're seeing arising, which are potentially habit forming as we speak, right? So to start off, let me actually invite Manish Agarwal from Nazara to give his perspective, and then we sort of Manish.
Thanks, Girish. So, hi everyone. Welcome to this session, and hello to all my fellow panelists. I run Nazara. Been really active in the ecosystem for over a decade, and gaming is a very, very small ecosystem, and I'm very pleased to see the progress which gaming ecosystem is making. And as Girish said, that a lot of companies have now close to over $50 million to $100 million revenue range, and some of them have even exceeded that. So the ecosystem is really now warming up, and opportunities are galore. I've spent over 12 years evangelizing that gaming will take off in India. So very well you can imagine that how much of skepticism I would have faced in last 12 years when I've gone around and said that gaming will take off. So I'm happy that it is happening now, when we are at the thick of it at Nazara. For us, COVID, I think 2-3 things is one of the most important thing, which I think as individuals, COVID has really reinforced the empathy. And I think that is one thing which is very important for all of us to really feel blessed that there's so many other industries, there are so many other verticals which are really kind of have faced the brunt of it. We at gaming have been on the positive side and just remain empathetic about it. Second thing is there is never this too shall pass, and just don't be harsh and don't be judgmental about businesses and people running those businesses. I think that's very important from a point of view. Some of the behaviors in gaming which I'm seeing are really deeply rooted. One is gaming has brought families together. I think that has really been a very, very important part of last 110 days or 120 days, because you're playing a Ludo or you're playing something else together as family members. That has really kind of strengthened those family bonds, which in our day-to-day life, when we were absent from homes and to the larger family, you wouldn't really kind of do that. Now you are interacting with them on playing games on a Zoom call, or you're playing games on Ludo kind of games and all other games. So I think that's one thing which is done. Second piece is games being a social community former, and that really becoming a means of interactivity with the context of gaming is going to stay here, and that habit is the crux of monetization unlocking in gaming. And I think that's something which is now well entrenched. Rather than playing a single player, to gaming becoming a community, to becoming a social interactivity with the context of games, is something which is really going to change the way we look at games happening here. So the whole thing of and Akshat will talk about more on esports, so I'm not going to touch on that. But I think that's where I say that one of the logical question which people ask is, this gaming surge in gaming is going to be permanent, or is it a very temporary phenomenon? And I think obviously as people start engaging more time and doing more things, it will come down. But will it come down to a same level as pre-COVID, or will it stay higher? My view is that both in terms of time spent, monetization, number of gamers, it will settle at a higher level than what it was.
Great. Thanks, Manish. Adarsh, a quick perspective from you.
So hey everybody, Adarsh. I am the Chief Product Experience Officer at Airtel. I also happen to run Wynk. So just supporting Manish's view, our business, we are in the business of connectivity, if you look at Airtel. And then on top of that, we've got a digital layer. So we have an entertainment business consisting of music and video. We also have apps that helps with customer experience, payments, etc. So, my heart goes out to all the frontline staff that has made the services alive and kicking during this time frame. But that being said, if you look at the digital side of the business, we saw a very fast acceleration in a matter of 2 weeks. A business that was 40% online and 60% offline shifted to 60% online and 40% offline. And that 40% offline obviously was shrinking rapidly because there was no feet on the ground. Yeah. So we saw that movement. And then if you look at last month, we have settled at around that 50-55 mark. So that kind of validates what Manish was talking about, right? There has been an acceleration on how people pay, how people do customer service. People stopped calling the call centers. They started going digital on the apps. We saw a tremendous spike on the video side on news, then changing to educational content. So there was a lot of beautiful trends that we saw during the COVID. That is just a reflection of how the habits were changing inside families. So I would support the trend that Manish was talking about. Now, when you take a lens on gaming, COVID is also an interesting phase for us because while we were focused on the music and video business, it came to light that if you look at what businesses were thriving during the COVID times, music actually took a hit. Because if you think about the nature of music, you typically tend to listen to things when you are on the move. Yeah. Video is more of an engaged activity where you're sitting in front of a screen, right? So music actually took a hit for a little bit. And that started making us think a little bit about where is engagement moving? And of course, video was one part, but gaming was the next leg. So that led to a lot of conversations between some of the folks in this panel about how can Airtel really help the gaming ecosystem by taking a larger interest. So we're definitely thinking about gaming as a very important pillar of the future engagement strategy, and COVID probably accelerated that.
I understand. Great. Harsh, from your perspective, I know we've, I think when we spoke last, I think you mentioned in terms of a lot of the, innovations and changes and, very interesting themes that were coming out when, during the COVID period, even though sports and core sports was actually at a standstill. Just a perspective on, what you saw and more importantly, how do you see this playing out?
Yeah, so I think it was a very interesting journey for us in the last couple of months, right? Even though we were one of those like digital gaming businesses that's perceived as normal gaming, we are reliant completely on actual matches happening, actual sports. Yeah. And, around mid-March, 99.9% of sports vanished, right? With no certainty on the future of when they're starting again. And at that point, I think there was a lot of panic in the industry and fantasy sports and where we're going to go, what we're going to do. Fortunately, we were very, very surprised that the Indian audience took up the likes of Belarus football and Nicaraguan football and Tajikistan basketball because, those matches which were not even considered to be viewed or consumed by Indian audiences went from a tier 10 match to a tier 2 or 3 match because sports fans still want their sports, right? So now if the Indian team isn't playing or if there's no cricket worldwide, there's no good football worldwide, whatever there was, they still wanted to consume it.
Got it.
And so I think the fantasy sports industry survived on these fumes through April and a bit of May. And then mid of May, end of May, we saw Bundesliga starting to come back. Right. Then La Liga, then EPL, now NBA. Right. There's some, the FIFS is the Federation of Indian Fantasy Sports. Our members have been sponsoring tournaments worldwide. So there's a Vinci Premier League in St. Vincent and Grenada for cricket. And so, these kind of matches have kept the industry going. And I'm happy to say that Fantasy Sports, we actually hosted over 500 matches in June itself.
Got it. Wow.
So I think now, going out of COVID, even as COVID continues, sports is making a big comeback.
Yeah.
And so now I believe sports consumption will be higher than ever. And so will fantasy sports. Because you can't go out, you can't go for movies, you can't meet your friends, you can't go to cafes, you can't go to pubs.
Yeah.
Right? So this becomes live entertainment at home every day.
Got it. Got it.
So yeah, we are very optimistic about the near future now.
Excellent. Excellent. Akshat, just your perspective on the esports angle of it, right? I mean, how do you see that moving on from where we are today? So you're on mute.
Can you hear me? All should be good now. Yeah. So our point of view on esports is, look, there couldn't have been anything better than COVID for at least my sector, right? And then I really hope that COVID goes away and we can get back to going and having esports also in stadiums and in big arenas like most people are used to. But predominantly esports has a 90-10 ratio on content that is coming on a daily basis from home, right? It's remotely produced. Like this year, for example, we will have over 650 days of content being produced in one calendar year. That means on certain days, you'll have 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 matches happening at the same time, while our physical online days are limited to about 20 or 30 that's there. And then that ratio has been earlier as the same, as because if you look at a 30-day tournament or a 20-day tournament, you're only having the last 2 days as the finale that we were going and doing, because as an industry, as esports, we couldn't really afford, we're one of the smallest guys on the table right now. So we couldn't really afford to be spending that kind of money to go ahead and massify it. And I think it has worked in our favor, right? We've seen a huge amount of registrations increase, over 200, 300% in registrations, to over 200% video growth on people watching this. And as Manish said, and as what Harsh said also, the trifecta of someone like an Airtel coming and someone like a Harsh who's getting behind Real Sports and Manish who comes from a publishing kind of view allows us to go and kind of make a beachhead of taking this activity of watching sports and watching esports and playing in esports from the hidden thing in a child's bedroom where he's doing this and he's being reprimanded by his parents. And suddenly that was happening in March, and suddenly now he's sitting in March and April with his parents, and he's like, "What are you doing?" And the answer to that was, "I'm playing with my cousins." And he's like, "Who?" And he's like, "No, I'm playing with Shamu Kaka's daughter Shilpa, and I'm also playing with Hari, who happens to be my second cousin." And they're like, "Seriously? No, you're joking." And he's like, "No, see, I am." And he's like, "Huh, Ramu Kaka, I'm okay, I'm fine. How is your mother?" And suddenly the parent around March and April say, "This is not bad," because his 2 tools of go out and play or go study went away. Now he's socially interacting with his friends. And around April and May, this activity of doing this, the parent went back and said, "Tell me what you're doing." And suddenly that answer was all the things that the kid used to say, "Hey, this is going to be in the Asian Games. This is a sport. I can have a career out of it. You can make money out of it. This is legit. It's potentially going to be in the Olympics. There are teams, international teams that are coming to India," which was falling on deaf ears earlier, suddenly started falling on non-deaf and very, very optimistic ears, which is there. And this is the power of social media, right? So one time the parent actually sees a video on YouTube or Instagram or Facebook, that video follows him, because that's how cookies work, that's how pixels work, and reinforcement. So every time that parent now keeps on seeing more and more things, whether of this industry. So this perfect storm comes in, which I believe the last time that happened to our industry was when demonetization happened, where all our young people learned how to go ahead and be digitally transacting people. And suddenly all the young people have taught their parents that it is okay to be esports and have careers in sports and real sports, right? This is about the 200, 300 best people, which is there. So, and advertisers have flocked, sponsors have flocked, media rights has flocked. So we've done well.
Excellent. So let me wind up our intros with Carl Schmidt from Zynga. Carl, just a quick perspective, both globally as well as in terms of how at Zynga you've seen this evolve over the last couple of months.
Yeah, so I'm Carl Schmidt, the Senior Director of External Development at Zynga. I'm based at the headquarters in San Francisco, and we are locked out of our building. Worldwide, we're actually all locked out of our buildings because of COVID. So for Zynga, our motto has been connecting the world through games. And we've been able, I think, to leverage what COVID has to offer, which isn't really good stuff. But for gaming, as the rest of the panelists said, it's been advantageous to us, and we've been able to re-engage players. We've been able to grow our business. We've been able to sort of cross-pollinate games with our players, and through some new acquisitions as well, which have just come online, and through the use of our worldwide studios, such as our studio in Bangalore, that gives us insight into, for instance, the Indian market. And they've been able to take some of our games and really grow them during this period, where some of these games were games that we were somewhat writing off, and now they are thriving, like better than they've ever had, best days ever. So COVID for us, we've tried to entertain the world, we've tried to bring the world together through the games, and it's been advantageous for us and I think the general public that plays these games.
Got it. Understand. So fair enough. So I think that was very useful context from everybody, and thank you for that. I think what I want to quickly move on to now is the core element of what I wanted to sort of discuss with all of you today, and that's really about how gaming is moving on from smaller individual companies doing their parts of of the element to wider ecosystems that are getting developed, and one, getting your perspective on why do you think this is happening, and and where do you think this is leading to, and what are the key advantages and challenges that you see in building these kind of ecosystems, right? And I think let's break it into two parts, and let's start this conversation by focusing on the core gaming ecosystem itself, right? I think pretty much organizations who started off at say, for example, real money games are now looking at casual games, or now looking at publishing, distribution, using tech as actually as actually revenue models itself to actually enable gamification of apps. So there's a whole lot of exploration happening with the various gaming companies, and I think that's what I wanted to start the conversation with. And Manish, maybe your perspective would be good, because I think Nazara, from what I've seen, is probably one of the early entrants in terms of trying to build that ecosystem, on the gaming side of the equation. And maybe we can get your perspective on that. You're on mute, please.
Thank you. So this is one thing I'm still learning. See, I think if you look at from a gaming ecosystem point of view, we have three blocks. We have your casual games driven by ads. You have your mid-core, hardcore games driven by your in-app purchases, subscriptions, and esports in extension to that audience. And then you have the whole game of skills played for real money.
Yeah.
And that is how the ecosystem has really evolved. If you see the market, 55-60% of the market is game of skills played for real money.
Right.
And very simple is that's very unique to us because of a relative per capita income. There is a hope that you can really use your skills to make money, right? And there's a tangible reason for people to come and play. And what's in it for the players is very obvious, very tangible, very clear. And that's why you have seen the adoption of such platforms have really grown very, very rapidly in the last 3-4 years. If you kind of go back 4-5 years, there was a smattering of Rummy being played online. And then you have really moved forward. And a lot of that effort Harsh has done single-handedly here in doing that fantasy, legitimizing it, giving that whole flip and hope to a lot of startups and ecosystem to really make it happen. He may shake his head, but yeah, 10 years of effort has gone, which he has been at it. assiduously. So I think that whole piece is evolving, and it's very unique to India. It is not a business model which you would see from any parts of the world. We have not taken it from East, or we have not taken it from West. But if you were to look at the freemium part of the games, which is what really the way gaming world looks at it from West or East, we are here where you have your PC games being played as an access point on PC or mobile, or moving forward, it'll be a thin client and everything is on cloud, and any device is just an access point, and cloud gaming is going to happen. I think the core business model there is in-app purchase, and then there is your subscription is becoming part of that. I think from that perspective, if you look at it, until unless there is a large domestic market, and until unless there is a large volume and value of domestic market, you will not have domestic entrepreneurship really happen, right? And that has been the case in India. And the second part is, if you look at somebody like Akshat must be playing Super Mario when he was 4, 5, 7, right? But a lot of the 3, yeah, that's what I'm saying. And a lot of guys in India don't even know that, right? We are at a lot of gaming is happening in last 10 years versus in West or East, where our generation was playing games when they're 3, 4, 5. And over a period of those 30, 40 years, they have played so many games, so many game mechanics, so many meta, core, all of it, that the game design intuitively comes. India has always been a great center for art and animation. There are a lot of gaming companies in Bangalore, which are backbone of a lot of AAA games on PC and console. But when you look at quality of engineering, which is improving, but the game design is very, very integral and the crux of the whole thing, which I think companies like Zynga, EA, Glue, Ubisoft, they are creating some kind of talent pool. But with due respect, there is a lot of maintenance projects happening, not a new development which is happening. But still, it is the best training ground in India in absence of any structured ecosystem which offers you a course in gaming, game design, a diploma, degree, whatever it is. In absence of that, at least these private universities, if I may call them, they are helping. And if you see the new crop of a lot of gaming freemium companies which have emerged, whether they have scaled in India or they have scaled sitting in India outside in terms of IIP revenues, most of them have come from these private universities. Good game designers, good product managers have come and opened up their own companies. So I believe that's the talent pool of supply. That supply pool of that talent is very, very small. And to your point, that what will it take to make a global company out of it? That supply pool has to be 10x, 20x, or 30x. And I believe, being in gaming and having seen this, you need to get freedom to fail. You need to have that to be enjoying the chaos, and that's what gaming. The beauty of gaming is. And when you have that freedom to fail, you need some capital. You need some kind of really resource pool around you for you to kind of do that. We as an ecosystem lack that today. Nobody in ecosystem has really taken that support. And to expect our government, and I've been part of FICCI and part of CIA for last so many years, we always kind of land this problem at the government door, and it's not going to happen. It is not going to happen because they have larger problems to solve, and they really don't understand us as a large employment kind of thing. So this has to be done by igniting multiple, incubators where you are really having this talent which is sitting in colleges or these private universities or anywhere. They come out, they have that resource, they have the right mentorship, and then you kind of take it forward. I think that's the only way you will really build this whole ecosystem and the capability and capacity both, which you have to build hand in hand for you to happen. Otherwise, this process will happen. What are we talking about is acceleration of this process. This process has started, and you will have many more companies really coming up and becoming big. And guys like me, or there are many other companies in the ecosystem who will try to find this talent young and trying to work with them and trying to grow them. But if you want to really accelerate the whole process, like what happened in Finland or Singapore or Canada or many other successful gaming countries, you have to really create an ecosystem which gives freedom to fail.
Understand. Harsh, just coming on to you. So, when we spoke last also, I think we've spoken on this part about the ecosystem around, and in particularly in your case around fantasy sports, right? How that, a lot of ancillary businesses are coming up around fantasy sports, and they themselves are now looking to start to scale, right? At one end, and at the other end, also how fantasy sports operators themselves are looking to explore and widen their offerings, right? So, potentially one to get insulated, and two to also, enable far more scaling and user engagement, right? So just to, understand a little bit from your perspective, how do you, what are the, sort of pockets of opportunities that you're seeing evolve around the wider ecosystem, and how do you see this scaling up?
Yeah, thanks, Girish. So, I agree with Manish that we have to build this up from scratch, right? Fantasy sports is a very small part of the sports ecosystem in India. Right. And so, to talk a little bit about the fantasy sports ecosystem, when we started out in 2008, right? And then 2012, we pivoted to the model you see today. Right. But 2012 to 2015, 16, we were the only ones doing this.
Got it.
Then we had like 2 or 3 people starting to do this by 2017. And in the last 3 years, those 3 operators have gone to 183 operators the last time we counted.
Got it.
So there's 183 companies in India doing fantasy sports today, right? And then comes the other parts of the ecosystem. Google Play Store doesn't allow real money gaming on the Play Store, right? But if you type Dream11 on the Play Store, you have around 200 apps, which basically are called Dream11 something, right? Why is that? Because we created the equity market for sports. And they created equity research. So now they became the gurus of the country, telling people, okay, Rohit Sharma will play better on this pitch, in this ground, in this weather, facing this bowler, with this opening batsman, right? And so the statistical analysis and research has become a phenomenal opportunity. And then we've gone and, we've seen some crazy, amazing things, right? Which is, we've seen tutoring centers open up in different places of India. Actually, how we go to tuition classes as kids, right?
Right.
That tuition classes which are called Dream11 Champions.
Right.
You come every Saturday, Sunday for 4 hours and you pay 500 rupees and they train you on statistics and sports. And then we've seen books on Amazon being published on how to win in fantasy sports and Dream11. So this ecosystem is very important for the entire upliftment. There are thousands of WhatsApp groups, tens of millions of YouTube videos about fantasy sports.
Yeah.
And so that's been an amazing ecosystem. And I think the way forward for the entire industry is to actually grow the sports part of it.
Yeah.
Personalize and provide features, provide sports content, data, analytics, commerce to these sports fans in a personalized way, which has never been done in India.
Got it. Understand.
So yeah, I think that's the way forward for the whole fantasy sports industry. And but this ecosystem always baffles me. It's amazing to see like tens of thousands of jobs created. It's amazing to see hundreds of companies mushrooming up around this one idea.
Right. But tell me one thing, Ashutosh, do you see, I think, while for the health of the ecosystem to have supply, right, like Manish mentioned, is obviously very critical, but there is also the risk that as things get more and more fragmented, scale becomes a challenge, right? So, how do you see that element playing out? And this is not just true in your fantasy sports. Right? I think most parts of gaming has this challenge where there are a few guys at the top and there is a huge long tail, right? All of them are just about surviving in that sense, right? So how do you scale up and build sustainable businesses?
So I think those are two different paths, right? In almost every industry you can imagine, there is a inflection point after which there's 100 people that try to be among the top 3 to 5 companies left standing. Yeah. Now, even if you see e-commerce, right? E-commerce or even food delivery to a point went through those boom cycles and then consolidated fully to like the top 3 players.
Right.
Sometimes lesser, right? And so what's happening now is that we have those hundreds of companies, but yes, I believe over time, this industry will also consolidate to those top 3, top 5 players. But right now, it's a pretty open field to see who those top 3, top 5 are.
Got it.
But and the second part of the question is like, can RMG? I think what you're asking is, can RMG be sustainable? Can it be like a platform to grow? Real money gaming, RMG, for us is divided into primarily like 5 sectors, right? Fantasy sports, rummy, poker, casual gaming, and esports, right? Now, fantasy sports has been proven in the Supreme Court as a game of skill, and that judgment is passed, and now that's the law of the land.
Yeah.
So it's rummy.
Yeah.
Poker has had some hits and misses. So they've been proven yes a couple of states, they've been proven no a couple of states. Casual games is, I think, in a bit of a hole because it's very difficult, because casual games actually, you have to change the game every few months.
Yeah.
And they're casual by the name, right? And so you can't go to court every time and approve every game as a game of skill or chance, right? And the problem is, anytime you approve one game as a game of chance, it's a criminal offense. It's not a civil offense.
Yeah, understand.
And so I think casual games has this major 800-pound gorilla they have to deal with. And then come esports, which is gone to ASEAN, which is now being considered for Olympics. So I think, you know, comparing esports and casual games is comparing chess and bingo, right?
Got it.
Esports is a hardcore game of skill. But that's like Manish said, and Akshat will know, he's built the whole industry, is built primarily on like events, right?
Yeah.
And so I think, to answer your question, real money gaming can be built up as a sustainable business model with regulatory clearance like fantasy sports, rummy, or the complete obvious choice, which is like esports.
Got it.
The others, until they have regulatory clearance, I don't believe we'll be able to build a large sustainable business.
Understand. Fair enough. Thanks, Harsh. Akshat, you know, your perspective on this, and I think, you know, sort of what Harsh mentioned sort of leads pretty much into what I wanted to hear from you is, right, again, you know, at Nodwin, you guys are pretty much at the forefront of driving esports and building scale in esports in India, right? And I think one of the things that by definition or rather by concept esports involves is actually having a more of an ecosystem play, right? Because it's not just about saying that, okay, there is a game, you have the gamer end of the equation, you have events, you have sponsors, you know, and so there's a whole host of elements around that. So how do you see that getting built up? Because again, individually, a lot of these elements are also, you know, pretty fragmented or pretty, pretty non-integrated, if I may use that word, in terms of with what needs to be done at a larger scale, right? So how do you see this part of all these elements coming together?
So two parts to the question, and sorry, I'm going to put on what we said, my Professor Akshat had for 5 minutes. Yeah, if I go off rails, someone stop me. It's the difference between a deterministic and a non-deterministic model. Right? What is a deterministic model? In mathematics, a deterministic model is where there is no randomness in any end state of your play, right? So you do something and there is no randomness in play. And it's very important to understand esports does that. When we say it's a skill-based game, what does that mean? That means 100% of the time, 100% of the time, skill will beat luck.
Yeah.
Right? That means if you're bowling against Virat Kohli and you're a normal human being, you will not get him out. You can throw 1,000 balls at him. You will not get him out. He might get bored and get out, or he might just make a mistake, but you will not get him out.
Got it.
In RMG, by definition, you don't want a deterministic model, because in RMG, the business model is predicated on two people, a Ramu and a Shamu, playing against each other. And a Ramu and a Shamu need to go ahead and either be perfectly matched, or if they're imperfectly matched, Ramu, which is imperfect, is lower than Shamu and is paying 10 rupees, and so Shamu needs to believe that if he touched his mother's feet, if he wore a red handkerchief in his neck, if he rang 4 bells, he will win. It doesn't matter whether he's bowling against Virat Kohli or not. 30% of the time, luck will beat skill. That's why he's paying 10 rupees, right? If he knew he's going to be there, otherwise he's wasting money. He'll never go ahead and do it, right? RMG's business model is a non-deterministic model. Esports model is a deterministic model. That means skill will always beat chance. And that's why esports sits in an ecosystem, which is a sports club-based ecosystem across the world. It's not the IPL franchise equivalents that has happened here. It's more the English Premier League, where there is a club, there is 5 people in a Maidan that got together and they started playing with each other, found synergies, broke up with their club, started a new club, built this. And that kind of ecosystem is very tumulus at the bottom. But once that tumulus thing comes up, esports really wants to go ahead and have just 2 things. Every sport in the world, it doesn't matter what sport, cares only predominantly about the broadcast element of the top 200 people.
Yeah.
So that's what people like to watch. People don't want to go ahead and watch ABC United play against XYZ United, right? Because it's not worth it. There are no heroes being built. There is nothing which is there. They want to watch a Manchester United play against Liverpool. They want to go ahead and watch a Barcelona play against Chelsea. Right? Those are the games you want. And in India also, you want to go ahead and watch the best matches. And the only way you can go ahead and do that is finding 200 of the best people in the world is never a problem. However, you want 200 from 200 million. You don't want 2,000.
Got it.
Right? And that's where we work with very actively people like Manish, where they will have games that have that base of or a Tencent or an Activision Blizzard or Supercell, who will have games that have the DAUs and MAUs and the 6 months to a year depth of players to go ahead and come and say, this game is worth people to go ahead and have the top 200 that are broadcastable properties. And that's where the massification of the game becomes the responsibility of the publisher. And then we take that game and then I can sort of sit on top. I can easily work with Harsh right now if he has a game tomorrow where he has built the top. If he can go ahead and take 200 million people and give me the top 2,000 of those best ones, I take the top 2,000 and bring it to the top 200, and then we broadcast the top 200. Works really well. Same with Manish, it doesn't matter. And same with Zynga. We can take any game that has the depth, but we want it to be a deterministic model based on a large base so that the value of competition is extremely high. And then it's sports. Then it's typical sports. Club, sponsors, media rights, right side logo, left side logo, media number of hours watched. Our federation is the publisher. There is no federations that really are required in our ecosystem. So stuff like that.
Thank you so much, Akshat, on this. Sorry, Professor Akshat. The other thing, the other angle of this ecosystem story that I wanted to actually explore, and I think that's where we'll come to you, Adarsh, is more and more what we are seeing is wider digital platforms, right? Whether it is OTT platforms, whether it is telcos, whether it is e-commerce platforms, are looking to integrate gaming as an offering, right? And one of the hypotheses seems to be that it acts as an excellent tool for engagement and retention, right? For them, at least the impression that I've got, it's more of a tool rather than a product in itself, right? But again, that seems to be clearly the trend. And I think Amazon Prime, for example, has now got gaming as part of their offering any which ways, and you've got multiple other offerings sort of coming up. You've got Paytm, for example, looking to build their own ecosystem, and there's gaming as part of that. So and including you guys. So from your perspective, just wanted to get a sense of, when you look at gaming, right? How do you see this, and where does it fit into the strategy that you will look to develop?
I'm happy to kind of go into that. So you brought up a few important points, and I think we've dabbled with most of that in the last 2 years that I've been at Airtel. So if you look at about a year and a half ago, one of the big ambitions we had was, how do you make the Airtel, My Airtel app? It's called Thanks App today. How do you make that a significant force in terms of the online presence Airtel has, right? And we had a very humble beginning. We're about 20 million MAU. And a year and a half later, that app is now touching close to 80 million uniques just on the app. Now we've got a web property that has a few tens of millions more. And one big reason why we are able to create that is because of gamification. And I'll give you one example. We started with a simple idea, going back to what Akshat said, like non-deterministic play. We created something called the Airtel Weekend. You come on the weekend, you play a little game, your recharge could be free. But just that brings tens of millions of people on the Thanks app. Every weekend, you just give it a shot. Because what's the worst that can happen? They'll get the recharge free. And it's a fun little thing that they do. It could be a roulette. It could be a little quiz that they play. We had a cricket game once on that app, which they could actually play. And based on the outcome, they could actually, again, get a gift. Right. So that construct of gamification is rich now on our app. And we are actually productizing it. So instead of now giving a recharge away, we're actually now asking partners to come and put their coupons on the app. So why just make Airtel offers be the reward? Everybody can bring their rewards into the app, and that then becomes a very interesting advertising play. So that's one part of the gamification strategy. But now when you extend into the productization of gaming, see, I strongly believe that when you think about a telco, right, and this is any telco, in India, it's a very unique situation where two of the telcos are now sitting at 300, 350 million base. That's very large. That's the size of the US, right? That's massive. So when you think about a company like that, you got the connectivity layer. Yeah. You have digital platforms for music and video. And when you think about digital platforms for music and video, we are thinking about things like real-time video streaming. That's a very natural capability that has been built in these telcos. Now imagine a construct where why wouldn't then a telco partner with the likes of Nodwin or the likes of Nazara and start thinking about helping with the platformatization of gaming. If you want to do, streaming of games, why couldn't the telco be also an assist in that process? And I would not say that was India just a very, I would say, singular country in terms of taste, culture, language, because then there are other platforms that can come and do the job. In India, there are a lot of nuances, and Akshat talked about a few of those, right? Esports in India, probably language plays a very big role. If you have an English app that allows you to do stuff, that probably is not going to work. If you think about a creator's app for gaming, in terms of how you upload, you would assume that everybody's sitting on high-end PC game, PC machinery to go upload. Maybe that's not true in India. People are more mobile. So is there a mobile-first platform that can be built? That angle of thinking brings the telco very close to this ecosystem. And partnering with the likes of Manish, Akshat, Harsh, what can we do to support that ecosystem more from an infrastructure platform play? So that would be the productization mode for Airtel, and we are deeply invested. We are going to definitely move in that direction.
Understand. Thank you so much, Adarsh. Carl, let me come to you, for a similar context, but I just wanted to get more of a global perspective, both from how Zynga sort of looks at, this kind of a situation where, you've got global platforms also now looking to expand into gaming at one level, but also at another level, this is something which already exists to a large extent. Right? I mean, you look at Tencent, they've created an ecosystem, not just around gaming, around multiple other digital properties, but gaming is a very core integral element of that, and also has wide integration between their various digital properties in terms of, what the consumer can, choose to do between the various properties. And, also from, so just wanted to get your perspective on how do you see this trend moving forward, and how do you at Zynga sort of look at this opportunity?
Yeah. So we've been doing some work in that area in platforms such as Snap. So we've released a couple games on Snap. We've done, Facebook Messenger, Apple Messenger, having games in those platforms, to various degrees of success or not success. Yeah. But, it's kind of a new area for us because we're mobile first to begin with. So we're always in the Apple Store, the Play Store, those places. But finding the right partners that will help us get into new markets or expand markets that have insight that we don't particularly have at the moment. So I run actually an initiative right now for culturalization into these new markets, or markets that we've traditionally had problems getting into. So in that context, it makes a lot of sense for us to partner with these other platforms and people that know the market, that know the country, that know, which language it should be spoken, which, the culturalization of it. Right. So in anticipation of an explosion of India, in the next 5 years or so, it's going to explode. And we know that. So, we've added language support for Hindi and we're exploring what's the best way to go with English, for instance. So those are areas that we're trying to make inroads in, we're trying to understand, and to find those good partners to do that cross-platform engagement, that's very important to us.
Got it. So are you sort of looking at as these as more as distribution opportunities, or do you also see like a two-way benefit that sort of that sort of arises from these kind of partnerships?
I would hope there would be a mutual benefit. Yes, obviously we want to expand our audience, and that in turn expands the audience of our platform. So, yeah, I think it's a symbiotic relationship at that point, right?
Understand. Manish, just wanted a slightly different perspective on this, right? Do you see, so while there's clearly partnership in that sense definitely has a lot of merit, and we've seen this happening across a lot of other digital offerings. One of the things I want to explore with you is there a risk of clash of priorities, right? Where when you look at a larger digital platform, what are they trying to achieve out of incorporating gaming in their equation versus a gaming business? What are they trying to achieve for themselves? Is there a clash of priorities that you see possibly happening?
I think I would rephrase it. I would not say it's a clash of priority. It's the conceptual clarity.
Okay.
So if you are having a large distribution or consumer scale, right? You've got to be clear that what are you trying to approach it from? Are you trying to approach it for engagement on the platform, or are you trying to look at it from increasing your ARPU or ARPDAU on a daily basis, right? Or are you really looking at an overall strategic objective of increasing time spent on your platform for certain other metrics which may be more privy to you, right? I think the recent excitement, if I may use the word, around gaming in last 3 months, everybody who has a large access to consumer base, right, and is enamored with the idea of quote unquote super app, right? Because that is where everybody thinks we have consumers, and then that consumers we could slice and dice multiple ways. I just only ask them one very simple thing when they approach me, and they may not like my you may say intellectual questioning to them, right? What I ask them is that why does your consumer come to your own platform, and what is the underlying need which he or she is really kind of trying to figure out. If you are a platform where he or she is coming to just read the headline, right, and spends in how many sessions and time spent per session, and then you are trying to figure out putting some kind of a game which is more deeply immersive and difficult to pick up and play and all of it, then what are you trying to achieve? Right. So I think people want to do gaming. Why do they want to do is first thing which they need to be clear. B, their consumer current behavior, and how does what kind of behavior they want to mold and shape, and hence what kind of games do they want to really look at it, right? Like you could have play, you could have compete, you could have watch, and you could have combination of all of that, right? Now you need to figure out as a platform, just having a consumer base and thinking that now a super app I can build is a very romantic thinking, and yeah, this is a fad. You will put some 50 games on curated, non-curated of HTML5. You will have some consumer coming in discovery, and then you would say, you realize we have done a tick mark of gaming integration. Another thing which of late I'm seeing is the term gamification, which has been, in my opinion, bastardized quite a lot. Gamification in a purest form again means that there is a daily habit, and now you are reinforcing and amplifying that daily habit by making it a natural process of some kind of gratification. Gamification doesn't create a new habit. Gamification reinforces an existing habit. So it's not an elixir. It's not a something which you really try to use to form new habits. And I think that's another mistake which a lot of people are doing and saying that now we will gamify our product offering or gamify doing that. I think those are the few things which 10-15 minutes call, then I kind of really navigate and get out of it. But that's to me is happening today on the large consumer base kind of thing. Yeah.
So I think so in that sense, more than clash, it's more realizing where your mutual interests lie and ensuring that that's the fit that you are trying to explore when you look at other platforms.
See, when you come to somebody like me, right? I'm a content guy, right?
Okay.
I may have a plethora of a variety of content, which may be appealing to different type of consumer sets, right? When you're coming, you need to be clear on what you want, right? And if you don't want, we're happy to evolve it also. That's not an issue. But if the issue is that I want everything under the sun, or I'm not clear, then I think the discussion won't go far.
Understand. Fair.
Rich, I'll just jump in, just a quick one on that. And it's also important. We live in a world where nothing is not interconnected, right? Everything is interconnected, and there are wheels within wheels, and everything moves very differently. Gaming, I think the power of gaming is eventually even, and as Manish and Adarsh and Harsh said, by the way, all of us know each other, right? Is this for this industry to come together and have a view? Unfortunately, if we don't have a view, I believe we'll go down a path of either an investor thesis or someone else coming in and using gaming to their own tools. Because the number of times I get, and I kid you not, in the last 1 week, I have a platform that is AI and machine learning based on cryptocurrency, which has esports and will have content with live streaming, with real money gaming and social gaming in it.
I think you pretty much exhausted all the words in the dictionary there.
Except the fact that they'll also come and say that they've got five funding offers, and we are going to have the only opportunity to be first.
Right, and as you can see, all of us have gone through it, right? Immediately that sparked a nerve. But it's what you hear from that is all those words will be used by venture capital, private equity funded companies in first or angel rounds who want to go name drop us, which is gaming, to their own purposes. And we've seen this with SoftBank, where there's private equity wins changed, and they're going through another phase right now where profitability is important and other words are now important, where people are going and saying it is no longer about the consumer-based valuation that I will have an X amount of consumers leads to a Y amount of valuation. Now it's come down to the word stickiness, and people have used the word stickiness with video, right? So you've seen platforms now launching video to just increase time on site, because that's the other metric people are trying to go. And everyone in the world is now trying to figure out what is this new metric for high value B2C companies. And those B2C companies will use esports, gaming, RMG, skill-based gaming, publishing, casual gaming, all of these words to their own benefit if we don't have a view among ourselves saying what are we and what do we stand for.
Understand. I think that is an extremely clear perspective on this. What I wanted to sort of wind up our conversation with, and I think while this is always posed in most gaming panels that I've been involved in, but I still feel that with all the tailwinds that we are seeing, maybe it's worth asking this question again: is that what does it take for an Indian company to build global scale? Everybody has that ambition. And I think we've seen far more maturity coming in the ecosystem, to now maybe potentially start thinking on those lines and to build scale and to build global successes. And I just wanted to get a perspective from each of you, both from what do you think it will take and what's really holding things back. And maybe we can sort of, start with Harsh, on this, and just give us how do you see this playing out?
So I'll kick off with a contrarian answer, Girish.
Right.
1/5 of the world's population essentially is here in India.
Got it.
So why do we need global scale, right? Why do entrepreneurs always chase behind global scale being a key success point?
Got it.
Sometimes even number of employees, right? These are to me unnecessary vanity metrics unless required, right? If you see some of the largest tech outcomes in India, a Flipkart and Ola, right? Jio, right? Now Airtel, right? Like some of these tech, all the tech or telecommunications, all these outcomes, they've only focused on India. The entire business is built on India.
Got it. Got it.
Yes, they might have after a certain saturation point, tried and explored globalization in certain ways. But I believe for the most part, our focus should be to build in India for India, right? And clearly even like policy and even government is all in those same headwinds today, right?
Understand.
So I think most entrepreneurs should just focus on solving for India. And if you can win in India, you can then, go globally anywhere you want with a much larger war chest if you want to.
Understand.
But going global too soon can actually have a contrary reaction and actually defocus you from your biggest market where we have the biggest advantage. So I would say focus in India and go global when you've completely saturated your local market.
Got it. And you're saying essentially there's a lot of headroom over here itself.
Absolutely.
Before you need to start looking at
the Indian tech ecosystem, just the number of digital consumers is going to double soon, right? And by double, I don't mean like we're Iceland or something, right? By double, I mean we're going to add like 300 million more people who are coming online. Right. So I think if you just focus and solve for them, India's so diverse with its cultures, with its languages, with its tier 1 to tier 5 audience acting in completely different ways.
Right.
Now there's so much you need to do to customize your product offering for the different segments of our society.
Right.
That if you just do that and solve for like almost 1 billion people being online in the next 5 years, if you win that, you're good. I think you're good.
No, I think it's a fair perspective, and I definitely appreciate that. I think the only reason I would want to understand is, I think unlike a lot of digital businesses, right, gaming is one which potentially doesn't need to be defined by boundaries in a lot of ways.
Absolutely.
Right? And I think that, from that perspective is what I wanted to understand that,
Girish, let me just come in here. I think I just want to correct. There is a content and there is the underlying gaming framework.
Yeah.
The content piece will always be localized.
Got it.
Right. The underlying frameworks of how do you really ensure that level design, game economy, meta, progress, all that stuff is what is the separate part of it. So I think just to build on what Harsh was saying is that, and this is Akshat's favorite thing, Gangs of Wasseypur equal to PUBG for India. And he keeps on pushing me that when are you going to do that? And I said, uska bhi time aayega. Right. The thought process is, and I truly believe gaming in India would be driven by local content.
Understood.
If you look at Ludo today, it has 51 million DAU. We are talking about 51 million DAU. And that is the game which is third largest game downloaded in the world. So our population dividend is our core strength. Build content for here. If you do not have the talent pool to build the right framework to convert that eyeballs into monetization, import that talent pool, learn from that. But I truly believe that's where this is where the opportunity is.
Understand. No, I think that's a very good perspective. Akshat, maybe you want to also chime in on that?
I agree with both Harsh and Manish to a certain extent, but I do believe the question is not just, there is an end, like there's a supply and demand, right? I honestly believe we have, as Indians, an Indian model of gaming that we are ready to export to the world. It's right. I call it the ISRO model. Everyone has built satellites in their own way, and Elon is going to go do it. And now Sunil Bharti Mittal has just gone and acquired a couple of satellites, a couple of thousands of satellites. So there's those which is there. But the way that we can go ahead and build this model, which is cost-effective, frugal, I think the gaming ecosystem, which is mobile-focused with values that are Indian, are easily a soft power which we can export. And because I consider gaming and esports to be fundamentally forms of entertainment.
Yeah.
Right? If they are forms of entertainment, how Hollywood has a soft power and Bollywood built a soft power for itself, and other nations have gone and built that. I believe an Indian model of gaming, of values, of culture, with us being such a heterogeneous cultural mix with Islam, with Christianity, with Hinduism, with Buddhism, with everyone, where we are very tolerant for this. Building a model, if we can go ahead and take it to growth markets in Latin America and Africa and Middle East, is a worthwhile endeavor to doing, because it's a national interest for us to go ahead and do. Because otherwise we'll be caught between an American model, which is derivative of English, and everyone who speaks English will go ahead and look at the American model, or a Chinese model, which might be hardware based and then locked into a certain app ecosystem, or a GDPR European equivalent based where no data is going to be shared with anyone and no advertising will ever exist. I think there is a fourth model out there, which is us going and doing it and having that value. While we'll build it and train on it on Indian ecosystems, go ahead and make sure, as Harsh said, let's be very strong here. But just the way Airtel did it, once we have that ready, I think it's both our responsibility and our duty to take that model and then go out and say, hey, there is a fourth model that is sitting out there, which is the Indian gaming and esports model.
Understand. I think that's a great thought around that. Adarsh, again, from your perspective, right? Because I think Akshat mentioned this, right? You guys have also looked global, gone global. You've done it in India. Now you've looked at global markets. And similarly, from a great gaming perspective, do you see this as something real opportunities for gaming companies to look at in the near future, or are we aligned in thinking that there's lots to be done in India? Let's get it right here first before we start thinking.
Yeah, as a product guy, I always say, follow the consumer, right. and then scale is always a good thing. I never have a problem going global if it makes sense. And when you follow the consumer, the first thing that you encounter is the Indian diaspora. So there's a lot to be done there. And Airtel is an India-first company. While we are global, a lot of our product development is entirely focused on India. And looking at the sheer set of problems, if you solve it in India, I see a lot of platforms that can ship globally. I'll give you a classic example. I was just talking to Akshat the other day. This creator tool that I was talking about, where mobile gamers can upload their content. There is an American company that has made a tool that Indians use. Now imagine if we get that tool built locally here for the Indians. Why can't we ship that internationally? So I would always say solving a problem here first, that should be our preoccupation. Let's get it right. If you solve it well, we do have the distribution channels to take it global very quickly through our network of telcos, right? That's the way I see it. Versus, I agree with many who said on this panel, let's focus on the problem. There's a lot of problems in India. Let's solve that. Once you solve it well, we can scale it.
Got it. Excellent. Carl, just coming to you from a slightly different perspective, right? So when you look at India as a market from abroad, right? What do you see? How do you think about the opportunity here, and what do you think? You will need to actually make to build scale from an India market perspective for somebody who's coming in from global product.
So for us to come into the Indian market.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so that is one of the challenges that we're exploring right now, and I'm part of that task force, as a matter of fact. So, like I said, part of what's going to help us is that we do have a big studio there, and we have a lot of insight into the culturalization of India. We are slow to get the ball rolling. I won't lie about that. What I see in general for Indian companies who want to get global, I do agree with a lot of the panel that says India first, because that's your home market. That's who that's the market that you're going for, that you can cater to, because that is your culture. Going from there, organically, I think that you can get more global just by, having partnerships that are like with Zynga, for instance, or any of the other big players. A lot of our partners are branching out and getting global and starting their own game studios, and they were just service studios, just partners doing art or engineering, but they're getting better and better and better. And when when they're doing that, they're also learning about our culture and what our games are for the rest of the world. So I think that is definitely a pathway for India to go global. Right. And again, for Zynga, we're trying to get more into India because we see that market, it's just going to explode. I've been talking to my superiors in my company. I'm just like, we have to be aligned with the plan for India, because when it takes off, it's going to be a market that's going to, as Harsh said, it's a fifth of the population of the world, and everyone's got a mobile device in their hand. We want them playing those games. We want to connect those players to other players in the rest of the world and connect the world through games. So,
understand. No, great. I think we've sort of overshot our time, but I think this was very interesting, because I think what was interesting to me is while all of you are pretty much from different parts of the gaming ecosystem, I think there is a lot of alignment in the way I've heard these thoughts sort of come through, right? And I think and I think the kind of opportunities that exist here, both for growth as well as building ecosystems, partnerships, all of that I think sounds pretty exciting to me. And I think so we can look to wind up, and if in case there are some questions that are there from the audience, we can pick that up, or we can wind up. So just maybe give me a minute or so to see where the questions are coming from, and sort of take it from there. Yeah. Great. So either we were absolutely clear, or nobody's watching. So I don't know. I would like to believe the former though. But thank you so much. I think for all your time and all your perspectives. And I think this has been pretty enlightening to me. And hope to stay in touch with all of you, and stay safe and take care. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you to the panel. That was a wonderful panel discussing the future of gaming in India and across the world. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now break for lunch. We'll be back at 3 o'clock for the penultimate session, followed by the valedictory, and then the awards after that. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the penultimate session of Day 5 of the eFrames FICCI 2020. The session has Ms. Anuradha Sengupta, Consulting Editor, CNBC TV 18, is the moderator. The session is titled, The Digital Newspaper is Here to Stay. To tell us more, I would like to invite Ms. Anuradha to introduce the panel and take it from there. Anuradha, platform is all yours.
Hi, everybody. It is really fun and sort of surreal to see that I'm sitting here getting ready to start a session at FICCI Frames, sitting cross-legged on my bed, okay? So it feels weird to do that, but because normally we would have been in a banquet hall in a big 5-star hotel in Mumbai, and there would be tons of people. We could see all of you. I'm missing the ability to see all of you. I'm missing the fact that we would be networking and catching up after years. But here we are. COVID-19 has done this to us, and we are all rising to the occasion. We've got a wonderful panel of people with us. I'm sure you're familiar with most of them. If you've signed in for the session, then you know. I'm going to start with M.K. Venu. He's the co-founder of The Wire, an independent not-for-profit media venture. I have Ritu, CEO and co-founder of The Quint. I have Yasir from Euronews, Carlos from Al Jazeera, Fatima from the Atlantic Council, and I think we are waiting on Denise. I'm keeping it informal because I don't know, this just seems to be bringing that out, and so bear with me. You know, you can look up everybody's exact designations and what they do, but I can tell you this much: they represent on this. You know, in this group, we have a very, very big representation and a cross-section view of how digital information, digital news has evolved and where it is at today. So we are going to, you know, so that's the way I'm going to keep it. And I think we've got to start with the COVID lens and what the COVID-19 impact has meant for each one of your individual digital outfits, and then we will pull out to you know, digital news media and the fact that it is today. So who wants to go first? Shall we do one of each from either side? Carlos, you want to go first?
Sure, I'll go first, but how do you want me to begin exactly?
Do you want to tell me how since COVID-19 you know, sort of upended our world, how the Al Jazeera experience has been in terms of digital news consumption?
Sure. Al Jazeera, probably like all publishers and broadcasters and anybody else in media, we've had some unique challenges. I mean, this is a good example. Here we are, it's supposed to be a conference, we'd be meeting in person, and now all of a sudden we're doing this remotely and we're working from home. So you can imagine that these challenges were also clearly across all of publishing. So we had to move very quickly to work offsite, work remotely, 100% of our staff. Within 36 hours of the pandemic being declared, we were 100% of our digital team was working remotely. This presented a number of challenges. They were technical in nature. They were logistical in nature, comms, workflows. So we had to get through a number of challenges before we kind of ironed out the kinks. But at the same time, we were very cognizant of the fact that we couldn't drop the ball editorially. And we kept pumping out content throughout this entire period. And our numbers have been through the roof. From May 20th, we surpassed our 2019 numbers. And in fact, we were already probably going to do that with or without the pandemic. And 2019 was a very strong year for us. We'd already grown 35% year on year from 2018. Because we had a content strategy in place that we were executing on, and we were seeing it pay some dividends. But with pandemic, there was a tremendous amount of interest from around the world for all kinds of stories about how you deal with the pandemic, from the most SEO friendly versions to analysis to opinion. So we were dealing with all kinds of different content creation. And of course, you're doing it across platforms. So you're doing it across the website, you're doing it across audio, you're doing it on video products that live on Facebook, YouTube, etc. So we just inundated all of our digital platforms with pandemic coverage. And then we saw a plateau. Then you got the fatigue.
Yeah.
And which I think every single publisher is dealing with now. So people have kind of gotten to that point where they kind of get it. A lot of questions have been answered. Now they're more concerned about what happens next.
Yeah. So
but for the most part, news has taken over.
So Carlos, when you say fatigue, do you see the kind of numbers that you saw in your engagement go down? Because
Most definitely. Most definitely.
Okay.
Most definitely.
Okay, let me bring Ritu in here, because Ritu, I've heard you say something to this effect where, where you see engagement go down and this kind of relentless coverage of COVID-19 and everything that is brought with it. So whether it's basic information about the spread of the disease, what to do with it, if you've got it, how to deal with it, what not to do, and then the flood of news, whether it's political news, financial news. Have you had a similar experience at the point that Carlos has mentioned, that engagement has gone through the roof, and now here we are at a point when again, it's probably going down?
I think that would be true for us as well. We definitely saw a major spike in the early days of the pandemic, and I think there was a lot of curiosity wanting to get answers to, what is the disease, what is the virus, what is the treatment, etc. But I think two things happened in the second phase as the reporting moved from the health and the epidemiology part of it to the economic failures, the failures in public health, etc. I think there was a bit of, that kind of coverage is where I think universally where the news fatigue or the news avoidance kicked in. So what we discovered is that we actually built 2 or 3 things that we built out over some time, which is actually what's worked for us now. One was, of course, our fact check. We built out a fairly strong fact check vertical, which we call WebPoof, which very quickly, and that combined with our health, we had a health side. So we had a whole panel. We've had doctors empaneled on our side. So getting to hear of what the myths are and what the facts are from doctors, we found that people didn't want to know about economic failures. There was a certain amount of limited interest in economic failures as stories relative to hearing from senior doctors on the health aspect. I think a lot of FAQs, a lot of focus shifted to, we found a lot of traffic on our lockdown related FAQs. So the other thing that worked really well for us is we have a citizen journalist vertical we call My Report. And I think there were a lot of people who were dealing with really poor quarantine facilities in the, in Bihar, in down south as well. And they wanted to be able to talk about it. There were also people wanting to be able to connect with their family members, and they had a lot of people who had family in Kashmir, for instance. And there was a lot of uncertainty because of the whole internet, control internet. So I think those kind of things, I think the regular news, and of course then slowly as the UAPA arrests started happening, and now of course Vikas Dubey. So I think we can see that the news has shifted. The news 100% focus on COVID per se is no longer
right.
And the plateauing is there as well. I mean,
but before I bring Yasir into the picture, one very quick answer I want to hear about the kind of the engagement, the numbers of people, whatever metrics you want to throw at us. But did you see a dramatic increase pre and post COVID where digital news consumption was concerned?
See, we saw a early COVID insane spike, an unreal spike, and that spike has now normalized.
But has it normalized to pre-COVID levels?
In fact, it's slightly higher than pre-COVID levels.
Right. Okay. Okay, Yasser, you want to give us a sense of what's happened at at Euronews.com? It's 12 languages. I think y'all are publishing in 12 languages, isn't it?
Yeah, 9 European languages plus Turkish, Arabic, and Farsi. So our trajectory was very similar to that of Al Jazeera. We started off very strong, broke multiple records, and then the fatigue happened, and we were sort of looking ahead and having, just like Carlos and the AJ team and many of you other journalists, having covered huge disasters like this before, we were anticipating a fatigue point. We didn't know when it was coming, but we knew it was. So we started changing tack and tried to figure out what is it that our audience was coming to us for primarily. They weren't coming to us for daily updates at the forensic level that they used to at the start. They weren't coming to us for anything other than two key things that our audience were coming to us for. One was the debunking. Is this correct? 10 sort of myths about COVID that you should not believe, and here's why. And so we have a fact-checking team here who started cranking out material on that. Plus, Europe is one of the biggest travel destinations in the world. So a lot of folks were coming to us for travel-related information. And travel doesn't just mean landmarks and monuments and this and that, but it means travel insurance. It means flight cancellations. It means aspirations. It means achievements. So we are, in fact, currently building and about to launch very soon a new travel vertical, because a lot of advertising money is also going towards travel, simply because it's one of the few brand safe places left on the internet, and nobody wants to sponsor COVID content, and neither Google nor YouTube want to monetize COVID content. So I think our strategy is to focus on what is next and how this is going to impact your lives, at least from a European perspective. In Europe, the media is rich enough, the local media is rich enough that we don't really need to compete at the local level. There's lots of very powerful media companies operating at hyper-local and local levels. In France, we have excellent newspapers. In Germany, we have excellent newspapers. Our big sort of strength is, are the Eastern European audiences, where the local media perhaps is not very robust. Also in Turkish and Arabic and Persian, because the audiences there don't trust their local media, and we are seen as an independent and neutral sort of purveyor of information. So that's where we're building our audiences. Our English audience is still our biggest, but we are competing with all sorts of folks. But I think we are at our strength is both at the continental level and also in these 3 languages. But more and more people are coming to us for what is life going to be like next type of content. And what we've seen once we started doing that is that we beat the plateau. Is that and we dropped our COVID coverage from 100% COVID coverage to about 50 to 40% COVID coverage, and started rediscovering the stories that we were strong on before COVID happened, and started reinterpreting them in the COVID light.
So Yasser, but has COVID been a turning point in terms of numbers and the consumption?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Will it be a pre-COVID and post-COVID era where digital news consumption is concerned?
I'll tell you what's been happening in most of the media circles that I know of, is that the traffic is going up, but the engagement is not. In fact, the engagement is taking a nosedive, right? And that's because buy traffic has been insane. People coming in, reading, about COVID and getting out. We used to have, for example, per visit, people used to read 2-3 pages on our websites. Now they're reading 1.49 pages. So it's literally gone down by half, even though the number of people coming in has been astronomical.
Right.
The scroll depth is astronomical. People are reading. What they're not doing is moving on to too many other things, because their interests have become so limited. Is what I think. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I think so. Let me get Venu in here. Venu, is there a pre and post COVID sort of reckoning that has happened for digital news media? You think from the wire perspective?
Yeah, in the sense, there are two, three very distinctive, what should I say, pre-COVID, post-COVID inflection points that I see. One is Anuradha, which by the way, I've spoken to some friends who who are in traditional media, newspaper owners. Like yes. I spoke to Dainik Bhaskar, one of the family members whom I know well. Like he told me something interesting, which is my experience also. He said that from the Indian perspective, where as you know, advertising was lagging behind. It was while in India, eyeballs were moving to digital quite a lot, but proportionately advertising was lagging. Right? This was until about year 2 years ago. So I am told now, which is admitted by newspaper owners, so it's authentic, which is that the share of advertising on digital in these 3 months has actually grown from 14% to now 21%. Earlier it was dominated by television. About 40% of advertising was television, 41%. Maybe print was about 32, 33. A bit of some radio.
The share of the ad pie, it's very clear that digital is neck and neck with print. In fact, some reports say that digital news media has overtaken print news media share of the ad pie here in India. Okay.
So incrementally also what is happening, Anuradha, is that the digital agencies are offering, I'm told that the digital agencies are incentivized to do much more advertising on digital because they are getting much bigger commissions than in print and TV.
Right.
Now this is from a revenue perspective, good for digital, but there is another problem which I see from a subscription perspective.
We'll come to that. Give me a sense of what is happening at the wire. Wire's experience of the fact that COVID-19 seems to have been an across-board enabler for digital news media and digital news media consumption and the digital way of life or ecosystem, if you want to put it like that. I mean, many of us have actually managed to survive this awfully traumatic 3 months because of the fact that we live in a digital world, isn't it?
So I'll tell you our wire experience.
Yeah.
The trajectory is pretty much similar to what Ritu said. Initially, there was a big spike, a lot of fact checking, a lot of anxiety, fear. So we have a science and health vertical, which was like really flooding the website with a lot of content around COVID. And then there was a little tapering off, but overall we did experience initially about 30%, 25-30% growth in readership, stroke viewership, videos, etc. And then there was this tapering off. But while we are a small outfit, right? So therefore we are more nimble. So we could operate from our homes. So we didn't. Our office was shut all this while. So and we have about 45 people, small outfit. So for us, adjustment was not difficult. So we adjusted very fast, and for whatever amount of content that we put in, we were maintaining that, and in fact putting up more content also. So and our donations actually increased. So we are a non-profit, so we are donation based. So during this period, happily for us, our donations went up. So our motto, as you know, is we are an open site. We are not behind paywall. So we just our slogan is that you pay for good journalism. So people donated more, and also donated more because from another perspective, during COVID, we found that the Indian state, the government, was also seen as impinging on the rights at various levels, right? The way they used the National Disaster Management Act, the way in between they were going after various, cases in the Delhi riots, the CAA, So we are putting out a lot of those contents also, and that is also part of our constituency. You know, we are self-proclaimedly we are an anti-establishment channel. So we were, along with COVID, we were putting out a lot of political content, which also spoke about how the state was using the situation to maybe in some areas curtail rights, etc. So
right. Okay. Fatima, do you want to come in here and, you know, you're familiar with the Southeast Asian landscape. What is your take on digital news consumption and what is happening at this point of time, where when it comes to the way people are engaging with digital news media?
Yeah, I admittedly am not a journalist, and so forgive me for I'm just really absorbing a lot of the information I'm hearing from all the amazing panelists that I'm with. You know, it's a great question, and I think it's fascinating to hear this conversation. It's really a time to rebrand, and that's what we're seeing, and that's kind of the theme that I've been hearing amongst all of the panelists right now. And it's not that digital news was not thinking of this; it just was rushed into it. And I think this is a time where all of the innovation that's happening in digital news, it's going to stand the test of time. It's a test of time, whether or not it's going to last post-COVID, which is one of your questions earlier. It really depends on the innovative tools that digital news is using today. So prior and pre-COVID-19, everybody here knows that, you know, I think digital news and even traditional news outlets were competing with misinformation and disinformation. And today, you're not only competing with that, but you're also competing against, and that, in fact, I think it actually exaggerates media's whole point, right? And press, the entire point of press is to check, is to be a check on the government and to be a check on the facts, right? And you see a lot of people, I mean, this is true in the United States, this is true all over the world, and it's very true in India as well. You see that the digital news is being used as a check, and that's probably why you're getting quick takes, right? You're getting headlines that are being clicked on, read through, and people are, and in fact, you're competing with all each other's outlets, right? You're not just going to one outlet, you're checking all of them to make sure you're getting all sides of the news story. So I think this is a real opportunity during COVID to, digital news has been forced to rebrand itself. And it's a space to innovate. I think that that's what we're hearing as well, is that, you know, is this a time for digital news to now start pumping out podcasts in India, right? I mean, you already pre-COVID had this competing ideas of cheap data, a very young population, widespread mobile usage, and then again there was that distrust. There was a distrust in traditional media. It all equated to a changed media landscape, specifically in the region, and now you're competing with COVID-19 at the same time. And so I think this is a really fascinating time to rebrand for a lot of the digital news outlets. And it's all about how you're going to build that infrastructure. And it's creating that culture right now for how Indians and I think people all over the world are going to start interacting with digital news post-COVID-19. But it's really about creating those habits now. And I do think that it comes with a big impact on business models right now for the long kind of benefit of keeping these.
Fatima, I'll come back to you, and we'll have a conversation on business models. But I can see Denise has joined us, so let me get her in here. Also, because you just mentioned that this is an opportunity to rebrand digital offerings, and I think Denise at TI, you know, she comes with a whole bunch of you know, very, very well-known brands that are available in their digital avatars. Denise, hi. You want to just jump into the conversation? Give us a sense of TI pre and post-COVID, and has that been a turning point in digital news consumption, digital content consumption? What is the experience that you can share?
Yes, thank you for having me. I really am honored to be on this panel. I haven't worked at the Telegraph in 12 months. I work for Future Media now, but I can tell you the direction it was going and what the Telegraph has done now. It's essentially actually been a prosperous time because subscriptions have gone up as people realized because of the paywall that if they wanted quality content and from trusted writers that became so vital during the time of COVID, you were going to have to pay for that. And so by really pushing and sticking to their guns on their subscription strategy, it's paid off, it's gone up. That's on the digital, but also on the physical, because there became a fear of shopping and going out to, here in the UK, to supermarkets, or if you got into a supermarket, you just quickly got your stuff and got out as fast as possible. Print subscriptions, which had been, going down for a number of years, started re-emerging again as people thought the customer journey is so important, the user journey is so important. They have decided to make that absolutely paramount in everything and not muddy the waters anymore. So they've actually got rid of their commercial editorial division. They will be producing editorial that can be badged, but not that kind of native content advertorial that sometimes, you're not sure as a user if what you're reading is paid for or not paid for, or an editorial initiative. So that is a real landmark. They've been the first people to do that. And that, again, is showing that everything now is about the subscriber. As they saw ad revenues go down, they want to, just keep the buoyancy of the subscriber revenues coming in. I work in magazines now at Future Publishing, which was TI Media. And the way that has affected the editorial is a lot of the magazines, again, saw subscriptions, old-fashioned, mail order subscriptions start to happen again as people needed diversion. They were stuck in their homes and they thought, this is great, I'll just get the magazines sent to me. I think when people are spending so much time online, there's something very relaxing about going offline and having that tangible experience. The editorial content of the magazines changed. So many of our women's magazines relied on celebrity. This switched to COVID celebrities. So putting NHS nurses on the cover, local heroes, people that were really making a difference.
Frontline workers.
Yeah, because the editorial, you don't want to seem frivolous, you don't want to seem irrelevant. And then everything became about what is the content that's important to the user. Home stuff became really important. As people can travel, all of a sudden DIY, or do it yourself, as they say in England, became really, really important, because if people were looking at, oh, I'm in these four walls all day, I don't like the paint color, what can I do? How can I make changes on a budget? This kind of content started getting lots and lots of traction. And of course, cooking and baking, as people were finding they were have to making their own meals. So in SEO, this kind of stuff, content was really surfacing to the top. So that's it. And then I want to just talk also too about Instagram Live and Facebook Live. These are the winners of COVID, along with Zoom and Netflix, Disney Plus. But the Telegraph, for example, started taking, again, their cooking, their fashion, and doing loads of Instagram Lives. So with the journalists, you got a chance to engage with them, see them, have them talk. And this became a great extension of the brand, and to do it. And we've been doing it ourselves with New Women, for example, giving exercising in your living room on Instagram Live.
I've seen a lot of the entertainment magazines, or a lot of them use Instagram Live to do conversations between stars, journalists and stars. So yeah, I think there's something there. Carlos, let me circle back. Let's start, how do you see the challenges to monetization going forward? Because I think we spoke a little bit before we started, went public with this conversation, and you were talking about how content needs to be able to pay for itself. That's the only way it can survive and sustain, isn't it? So what are the opportunities as well as the challenges at this point of time, given that digital media content, information consumption is where it is at? What are the challenges in monetizing?
Well, I've heard some really interesting things so far from some of the panel members here, and some key takeaways like innovation, rebranding, what Denise was talking about over at the Telegraph, and increasing subscriptions there based on lockdown. These are all, you know, challenges and opportunities based on those challenges. It's really interesting to see how we're all dealing with it very differently. Like Al Jazeera, the model there is not, we're not a monetization first model. We are an endowment essentially from the state of Qatar. And of course, on the digital side, we monetize. And so over the last several years, we've had a greater push. However, I am speaking to you now where we have a twin crisis on our hands. We have a health crisis and we have an economic crisis, a global economic crisis, and it's very real, and it's hitting every publisher. And it's hit Al Jazeera, and we're not alone. And so, yes, I can go ahead and try to monetize, but I'm also just trying to find more intelligent ways to, say, rebrand, more innovative ways to create content. I don't need to get a studio audience if I can do something via Zoom, and all of a sudden people will kind of get it, that they'll accept this kind of content. And all of a sudden I don't have to pay $150,000 for something, I can pay $20,000 for something. So we're having to rethink not just how we monetize, but how we spend. Because we need to be more cost effective across the board.
Yeah, and you're preaching to the, you're preaching to the converted in India. Most, I'm going to get Ritu in here.
Yeah.
You know how to do it cheap and good all the time, right? But before I get Ritu, just one question on the challenges to monetization, because yes, it is such an incredibly difficult economic scenario environment. It is difficult to keep your wage bill protected. So the point I'm making is that how do you monetize, and what is the branding that you can do on your digital offering, given that it is born out of Al Jazeera and what the Al Jazeera brand stands for?
Well, to date, it's been programmatic and partnerships and sponsorships. It's fairly straight down the line. Our programmatic has grown exponentially over the last 2 years. It's a much bigger driver than it used to be. We have much more space dedicated for advertisement than we used to. That has upset a lot of people internally. But it is about revenue generation. And we have had to have those difficult conversations because we're such a journalist-first network for a variety of reasons. We were gifted this endowment, and all of a sudden we're making content. But people used to think, well, it's all about the journalism. Well, yes, it is, but you still have to find a way to make money. And on the digital side, we're probably the most aggressive at it because we see this as our way forward for being self-sustainable as a model at Al Jazeera, at my particular network. I am speaking to others in the private sector on this particular panel who do this for a living. But at Al Jazeera, this is a breakaway for us. And so we are kind of leading that way in terms of finding more places for sponsorship, more places for partnership, and clearly the programmatic is something that we're always driving towards. So that's kind of our 3 places where we look to make and save money.
Right. Ritu, come in here. I've been tracking the Twin faithfully last 5 years. Lot of innovations, a lot of cutting edge thought into the in how to make available the same news story that a lot of people may have. Are people buying it? Do you see people wanting to pay for this? Are you today, given the kind of turning point COVID-19 has provided for digital news and information consumption or content consumption, do you feel more confident about going behind a paywall? Because I really feel that people need to be able to buy high quality, good quality news, information and content that they want.
I'm as curious to find out whether people are going to be willing to, whether our cohort of audience is going to be able to is more the question, and the second part being want to pay for quality journalism and innovative journalism. we'll know only once we start going behind a paywall. So far, we only have a membership where we ask people to contribute towards our journalism, the kind of journalism that we are sticking our necks out for. We are in a pretty similar place as what Carlos was walking us through. We are ad revenue dependent. We get some amount of money through some of the editorial work that we do for fact checking, etc. But largely, we are ad revenue dependent. For us, programmatic is loose change. It's really a small trickle that comes in. So it's direct sales, which is where it's at. So far, we haven't seen that much of a hit on our ad revenue, but now we're beginning to, and everyone had predicted that July, August is when the real uncertainty is going to kick in. Because either we were around the vaccine or the vaccine was around the corner and consumption would be going up, and there would be this optimism in the sentiment in the market. And there would be but that's clearly not happening. And now we're beginning to see some strange things happening. So it's, in a strange way, it's fun time for digital because a lot of the ad revenue is clearly shifting to digital.
Yes.
The conversations that I've been having with some of the people who are running newspapers, that they're also seeing that that's where it is. The question is going to be on what's your cost base, and what's the total revenue pie that is coming eventually to digital. Because if everyone's going to be looking for digital revenue, then that pie is going to be cut. Slices are going to get smaller and smaller, maybe. There's a difference between the way the advertiser or the brand looks at when they're putting in money in print or television, which is a bit of a spray and pray. That it must have. But they've always done it, so they always do it. But when it comes to digital, there's a certain amount of expectation on conversion.
Yeah.
Because the audience, because it's real time, exactly what impressions, what engagement, what click-throughs, etc.
In fact, I want all of you, I want Yasir to weigh in, because what Ritu has just said is cued it off. Like the digital, what is the advantage of digital media, which is the metrics that allows you real-time information of who is watching what, how much, what they like, etc. That can also be it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? You take those same metrics and you can pull back before you should. You don't go beyond a point because you're so nervous about what the data is telling you. You're not able to stay committed. Give me, Yasir, a sense of how this double-edged sword of the metrics works when it comes to content, and also the ability to then go and monetize it.
As a media company that used to be a TV channel with a website and has now going through a transformation where it becomes a media company with TV channels and websites, and not only competing with just other TV channels, but also with newspapers and newsletters and Facebook publishers and what have you, and the playing field has leveled. There is I'm also finding that there is an inconsistency in how metrics are read and interpreted in the market.
Yeah.
So while some advertisers will be very, very forensic about what you report to them, and some advertisers are only looking for scroll depth, or some advertisers are looking for page views, some advertisers are just looking for uniques. But it's all dependent on on how well and deeply they understand their own metrics. And it's so funny. I'm as an editor-in-chief as a digital editor-in-chief, my job is at least half education, where I am not only having to educate my sales department on interpretation of metrics, but also sometimes I'll find myself in the unenviable position of having to educate potential clients or their sales staff about what they should be really looking for. I remember being recruited a long time ago by a TV channel who said to me, when they were recruiting me, they'd said, we're in 400 million homes around the world. And I said, well, how many of those homes are watching you right now? It's just that now I know who's exactly on my site. I know how old they are. I know where they're coming in from. I know how they stuck around, how long they stuck around. And this forensic level of metrics, few people, as in like everybody present here, can actually read and understand and know what is actually a monetizable metric and what isn't. Except sometimes you'll find that the people with the money are having trouble interpreting what those numbers are. And a lot of them haven't hired the right people to tell them what those are. There's an insane amount of charlatanry that happens in digital that we just haven't wrapped our heads around. And it has only gone up during COVID. My position from being at Euronews and prior to this being at Al Jazeera has been that news is incredibly difficult to make money from, because who wants to? There are very few advertisers who want to put their money behind misery and war and all sorts of bad news from around the world. And I think where and I really believe this, I think where news organizations are going to make money are the auxiliary content, right? And with their super, and that is why, with us, we do make whatever money we make from news, but I think at Euronews, at least, the future is going to lie in commercial verticals. We have one called Living, where we do a lot of sustainable living type of stuff, eco tech and sustainable sort of development and all that sort of thing. So green things. We just hired somebody from Extinction Rebellion to run it.
Right.
And then we're about to launch a travel vertical. A few months down, we'll be launching a business vertical and a tech vertical. So this is most probably where we're going to make our money, because we're going to be able to offer a metrics package to our advertisers or to the sponsors and say, look, these are the things that we are projecting to deliver you, and these are the things that we think you should be looking at. And whatever else your salespeople are telling you, if it doesn't gel with us, then we need to talk about it. I think that's going to be our approach.
Okay, Venu, we are hearing regulators in some countries beginning to talk about how these tech giants, the Facebooks and the Googles of the world, how can they, your content they shared back and forth, right, via all of their media, their distribution channels. Is there a way to relook at being able to earn from them? What are your thoughts on what's happening there?
Yeah, so Anuradha, I can tell you that in the Indian context, of course, it is happening around the world also. There are a lot of media owners and editor-driven media outfits who are putting their heads together, trying to discuss. Now, this is at a discussion level on whether India can do what Australia recently did. It forced Facebook, Google, and the other aggregators who use our content to share a certain portion of the revenue for traditional content, for the content generators. So I think there is some 10% of their revenues. I think the Australian regulator has put down some formula. This has also happened in Germany. Now, the interesting thing, Anuradha, is this has to be done through a regulation. So when you do it through a regulation, you have to approach the government. Now, when you approach the government, the same old dilemma comes. So whether you can get the state if the media goes to the state seeking such a remedy, whether the state would seek a quid pro quo. So now this is a dilemma, but I feel that we have reached a point where we can argue that editorial content should not be regulated, but business models can possibly be regulated to ensure that there is some level playing. So I describe this as the tyranny of the aggregator. So it's a fact that aggregators need to be subject to some discipline. So
sure, Ritu, I'm sure you have a strong view on this.
I think you've got to be careful what you wish for when you look at regulation, especially in a country like ours, because it can we've already seen how a lot of regulation has been attempted with the intention of actually being able to control editorial media, especially on digital, which is slightly more. I mean, there's still some of us who are independent as against a lot of broadcast and print, which has now ceased to be independent in terms of journalism. I think we have to have consortium of editors or media owners who need to come together, and they have to be as much a voice in the forming of the regulation if it has to eventually work and not lead to crippling business models or not lead to indirect ways of censorship, because that is likely to happen. The other thing is, it's not clear what the relationship, at least in our country, is between the government and say the Facebook and the two large platforms. So it's very difficult to say where it's getting at, but I think there has to be a conversation with a consortium or with bodies of news, digital news particularly, with the platforms. And I think that's the only way, that because leaving it only pleading with the government to bring in the regulation, I'd be very, very wary of.
Or pleading with the platforms to regulate themselves.
I think the future is for quality journalism, which is not commodity journalism, not news that everybody has. Gives people a reason to pay for the news that they're coming for. It has to move to subscription. And the other thing is controlling your costs, because your revenue you cannot control in the current environment, and we don't know what the next 6 months are, or even the next 1 year is. So I think controlling your costs and really building your journalism or the quality of your content as something that is distinct, not more of what's on original enterprise content is where. So I think
the point Fatima made about brands. Quickly, Fatima, one comment from you on what we've just discussed, and then Denise, because I'm being told that we got questions that are coming in, and I need to sort of take those on board.
Yeah, I mean, I think these are great, excellent points that are being made, and it was a great segue from Denise's point on how they're leveraging these platforms, Facebook Live, Instagram Live. I think what we're doing now is we're dangling the kind of fruit in front of the subscribers, the future subscribers, right? And again, this goes back to that rebranding. You have to get a hit in the beginning in order to have these loyal viewership, in my opinion. And I think a lot of digital news right now is doing that. I think Carlos mentioned that you're sacrificing a lot of the showmanship and the entertainment for the actual quality of the news that you're pushing out. But I agree with you, Rizu. I think this is like a really good conversation that needs to be had with the social media platforms to figure out a way that so they're not also regulating themselves, because that's clear that. And I mentioned,
okay, let me.
Oh, go ahead.
Let me get Denise in here. Denise, do you think that that this, given that large advertisers have just gotten off Facebook, some of them even other media, the tech giants and social media, do you think this is an opportunity for digital content owners, independent content owners, to try and get into a conversation? It's not a level playing field, but this is a time when perhaps you can be heard as compared to other times, because large advertisers are showing the way.
Social media is still the best way to get your content recognized and seen, and it's a bit like the old NRA adage, guns don't kill people, people kill people. So it's how you use the social media. We're using it in really creative ways. For example, if we want to sell pre-roll, and the advertiser actually wants Twitter, we will create editorial content on Twitter and then put pre-roll against that content, so that we know that we're getting users that are going to engage with this type of content and like it. This works really well in the entertainment space, for example. And still to come in and trialing through social media is the best way. The amount of times, I've overused my Washington Post allotment or my New York Times allotment from just seeing a really great article shared on Facebook or Twitter. And then, come through and, then you get the if you like this and you want to see more, you have to register. And then just getting the registrations, the first thing that's free, and then getting you reeled in to the point that it's like, now do a trial for 6 months. But that, that's all through social media. So it's social media is your friend. It's not your enemy.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Can I just pick up a question from? Yeah. Okay. From someone who's tuned in. How can Anubha asks, how can digital platforms circumvent algorithmic bias? Which digital stream is authentic and which is not, based on the number of followers, subscribers that they have, and hence how can the whole ecosystem control fake news? Do you want to take that? Does anyone want to take that specifically? How can digital platforms circumvent algorithmic bias? Yasir?
This has been a career-long belief. It's not just recent. And ever since I started working in digital, and I've seen this work, and people think that I'm full of crap for saying it, but I'm going to say it anyway. I think good content will transcend any algorithm. I think if your content is consistently good and consistently connecting with what you know your audience to be. And when I worked at Al Jazeera and when I was building the digital video side of it in the early days, we saw this play out in real time, where, you know, when we focused on good content with good knowledge of our audience, it transcended all sorts of algorithm changes at Facebook and at Twitter. It plays out here at Euronews to this day. And I know it's a philosophical, airy-fairy, stupid thing to say, and it's not mathematical, and it's not technical, and it's not any of those things. But I've seen this work in real time. Make sure your content is good and it's consistently good, and make sure you know your audience and you're all good.
I just want to add just to what Yasir said about real time. Timing is everything. At the Telegraph and even now, it's our journalists, if they are in a junket, a press conference, a preview screening, they run and they just get that content out. For SEO, your content's going to surface to the top if it's out there first. Especially about a topical event everybody wants to know about.
Let me add, good content that is packaged well and released at the appropriate time. How about that?
Appropriate time, but if it's, you know, if it's a hot exclusive, it's first really gets you.
Well, one of the problems that speed and the need to be first has also done its damage to quality journalism.
Absolutely.
So I'm hoping that all that Facebook is saying and all that Google is saying for search, that they are now going to be focusing on prioritizing original content over speed, and, you know, people just auto-publishing wires content with the desire to be the first and to have the SEO. I'm hoping that that's going to because we've all seen what SEO and first and keyword and trending word, and we've all seen what that's done to journalism, right? So
yeah,
I'm hoping that there is 2020 is sometime going to come to an end. There's so much more bad that can happen at one time, and with 2021, all that's being said and promised with original content actually going to be rewarded.
Actually, my Anuradha, I feel that, you know, this whole notion of fake news. I mean, fake news is not the right term. Let's say the way half-truths or semi-truths they get peddled across social media platforms and other media platforms. Now, this has become a reality today, and fact-checking sites, there's a bit of dialectic here. You know, fact-checking sites are thriving precisely because half-truths get peddled. You know, and even people like Google, etc., these aggregators, they on the one hand, they also provide a platform for half-truths, and at the same time they are coming out with new business models on how to sort of counter those half-truths, right? So there is a bit of a dialectics involved there. So everybody is enjoying fake news or whatever news which is not entirely sort of they're enjoying the speed with which they're coming onto the media. And they're also enjoying building new business models to counter them. You know?
Yeah. So look, I think my sense is that we've really got to figure out how people will want to pay for good quality, good journalism and journalism of high editorial integrity. Of course, we, all of you, and there are so many, we've seen Al Jazeera make, we know the Quint is doing. There are so many new ways that you're trying to reach out to your audiences. So I really, really hope as a journalist and as a broadcast journalist who's created programs all her life, that we can get people to value us. I mean, look at the amount we fork out to Netflix and all the streamers, right, for their content, and maybe we've got to figure out why is it that people are willing to pay for entertainment, stroke information, because there's a lot of information content on these platforms as well. We've got to figure that out, and I think we are at the mercy of people at this point of time in terms of being able to survive and offer independent, good quality journalism. I want each one of you to, quick 30-second closing comments, because we are at 4 o'clock, and I think this was an hour-long session. So go first, Carlos, please.
Well, since we're just talking about news, really quickly, I think some of what was said, making great content, I do believe in what Yasser said. You make the great content, and people will come. I do believe that to my core as well. But I also believe as a news outlet, it's also incumbent upon us to inform, educate, and entertain. We have to find better ways of communicating really difficult stories in a more entertaining way sometimes. That's not to say the news, we change what we do in terms of just straight news content. But when we try to break out of that bubble and try to educate our audience globally in different ways, I think it is incumbent upon us to do a much better job of finding new products that will actually engage an audience in a very different way that's just not the traditional news and current affairs route. And that's what we're working to achieve now.
Yeah. Okay, Ritu?
I think I agree with Carlos. I think news is not Netflix and news is not entertainment, but news is competing with Netflix. And which is why it's very, very important to make your news interesting, to make your content accessible, for it to be exciting enough for people. It's not people's civic duty to engage with news. You have to want them to, they have to want to engage with the way you're putting out news, and is in an interesting, and digital offers so many innovative ways. The other thing I wanted to just say is that I think every person in the newsroom today needs to now be tech savvy. I think every person in the newsroom today needs to know where is the funding for my news coming from? Where's the funding for my journalism coming from? I think those sort of, I'm editorial and I'm business. I think those sort of compartmentalized silos have to now flow into each other, because unless you don't understand that, as I didn't for a long time till I started, running the print, I was only an editor. You realize you're in a bubble and you're sort of congratulating yourself for the fantastic content you're doing, because you're not worried about the audience, because you're not worrying about the other aspects of how news reaches people.
So so another, I also believe that news has to be a separate niche. It cannot be conflated with entertainment, because we can't compete with Netflix, right? So what news can really do, Anuradha, is what Bharat Anand, that Harvard professor who studied digital media a lot, talks about creating user connectedness. So rather, what we need today in the news space is for citizens to be platforms to connect citizens around certain issues which actually define our idea of our society or idea of our community, and citizens and their rights and what they can demand from the states, public policy, etc. I think around these ideas, which are very different from, say, entertainment or Netflix gives you, we can, with good content, with good position, taking a good stand, you can create communities, which is what The Wire is trying to do, actually.
Right. Okay. Yasser, just before I toss to you, I just want to clarify. I'm not saying that news and journalism is entertainment. I'm just saying that long format, narratives, deep dives, a lot of the feature stuff, something that I've worked with very closely all my life, is not finding places in the news environment anymore, you know, in the conventional news environments. And maybe going forward, the streamers may be able to create niches because they are not advertising dependent, and they're just really reeling in the money nowadays, you know, and this is all people's money. There are people voluntarily subscribing for entertainment, and you're finding docus and features lying in that vast library. So just wanted to clarify that, not conflating journalism and entertainment at all. Yasir, over to you.
I'm actually in agreement with most of what all of you guys said, but I'll just add a couple of things. So the thing is, look, we come from about 50, 60, 70 years of working in media that was one way, right? Like we decided what was important and we told people and we expected them to consume it. And there was really, like, other than the Dear Sir letter to the editor, there was really relatively little feedback on that. And now we are, at least people of mine and Carlos's, and I'm not going to comment on anybody else's age here, but I can comment. But we are coming from that sort of world, and we're just getting used to having instant real-time feedback from our audiences. And the one thing that I teach, you know, when I teach class is I always tell my students to have an audience-centric approach to what do you think, what do you know from what you know of your audience? What do you think your audience is going to find valuable? Not entertaining, not informative, whatever is valuable, right? And I think value carries across the board from Netflix to CNN, to Al Jazeera, to us, right? It's the value. What is it about this thing that is going to convince my audience to put down whatever other thing they're doing and pick this thing up that I just made for them? When we made television and when we made radio and when we wrote in newspapers, we always assumed our intellectual superiority over the audience. And that is no longer the case, and it's so vastly apparent. And a lot of folks from my generation actually still believe that the audience doesn't know as much as they do, and that is categorically wrong. Our audience is oftentimes way more informed than we are, and way smarter, and have way more finely tuned bullshit meters than we do. So, if we are going to approach our content with the idea of creating value for a very smart audience, I think that it would be the direction to go into, is to, and whether that is through long form and documentaries, whether that is through a podcast, whether that is through, 30-second to a minute long social video explainers. The point is, you are going to get to your audience if you can communicate to your audience that you understand that they are smarter than you and that they deserve value.
Right. Okay. Fatima, we'll go to you, and then Denise will have the last word.
Yeah, again, thank you everybody for all the amazing insights. I think that the final comment is just that towards the end, we're talking a lot about social media and these other platforms, but I think at the end of the day, it's important to realize that these are just platforms, and it's a way, kind of, Yasir, to your point, is that the quality journalism is the one that these days at least is circulating as clickbait as well, right? Because it is the fact check. And so once they click it, right, it's to Denise's other point, is that then you start hitting them with subscriptions. You start hitting them with the trial articles. And so you're building that viewership, you're building that loyalty with every news article of yours that gets published in these platforms. So I think, like I mentioned in the first take, is that, there's a lot of innovation that's going to be seen in the digital news, and I'm really excited to go on this journey. And Yasir, as one of those millennial viewers, I'm really excited to see a lot of that quality journalism play out in this new post-COVID and during the COVID age.
Okay, Denise, we'll leave you with the last word.
No pressure, no pressure then. Just that news doesn't act alone. It's got to be a patina of everything. So that's even bringing in expert analysis, infographics, anything that's going to make the experience richer. It's got to sit alongside sport, lifestyle, fashion, entertainment. Those are the easy hooks to pull people in, and then they can go down and see what else is on the platform. And Yasir talked about audience-centric, and that's absolutely vital. At the Telegraph, they made their stance on Brexit based on audience polls. when they knew that their audience were pro-Brexit, the Telegraph then decided, like, okay, we're going to go full throttle on this. And the strategy worked. They doubled their figures. They got huge engagement because they became a pro-Brexit publication. So knowing the audience, absolutely vital. Rewarding the audience. There's been so many redundancies made at publications and the sales teams, but the audience marketing teams have stayed because it's giving rewards for your subscription, for engagement, for watching. And still old-fashioned exclusives, if you can bring those in. The Telegraph broke the MP's expenses. That was a huge story. Telegraph got there first and did it legally, did it with compliancy, and it benefited them. So those are all the key things.
All right. Okay. Everybody, thank you very much. I really enjoyed this conversation.
Thank you, panel. I've been getting pings. Sorry, Anuradha. I've been getting constant pings from the other session because the minister and other dignitaries have already come. Thank you very much. It was a very fruitful discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you so
All
much.
power to the minister.
Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, guys.
All parts of the world. It must be acknowledged that India is the most prolific producer of films in the world, accounting for a fourth of the global production. It's also one of the largest television markets with over 200 million TV households. It also has more than 7 thriving M&E production hubs and is home to the production houses, many international production houses. We have evolved in terms of technology and capability in all new age arts, whether it's animation, visual effects, and gaming. And this has now become the home to many international studios who are using the talents of India to create the right mix of policy measures. In fact, as a recognition of this growing global footprint, the government of India has also designated audiovisual services as a champion sector for exports in 2018. This is in sync with our vision of India as a Vishwaguru. We hope that with state support, the private sector can achieve this status in no time. We look forward to the address of the Honorable Minister, who, as I said earlier, has been a source of inspiration for all sectors of the industry, and we are sure that his vision will further help to shape the growth of the sector. It is very apt to conclude this 5-day-long global conference with thoughtful words from eminent people like all of you, and a special thanks to the FICCI M&E team for the tremendous work that they've done, as well as to SG for the continuous guidance. Sir, Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal, I hand over to you. We look forward to hearing your thoughts. Unless, Dilip, you have a different one. Go ahead, Dilip.
I think before Honorable Minister addresses us, we'll have Mr. Siddharth Roy Kapoor, noted filmmaker and the president of the Producers Guild of India, to give the industry address. Mr. Siddharth Roy Kapoor.
Thank you so much, and thank you, FICCI, for organizing Frames despite the fact that we're in the middle of a global pandemic. We've still made sure that the show goes on. Would like to thank the Minister for being here with us today as well and sparing his valuable time. It is a very strange time, I think, for all of us in the media and entertainment industry. Shoots have stopped completely, cinemas are shut, but we hold one truth to be self-evident, and that is that people still want their daily dose of entertainment, which is why I think we've seen that TV channel viewership has gone up considerably, the viewership of OTT platforms has gone up considerably, and by any conceivable measure, you have seen that people definitely want to be entertained, and that's not something that a global pandemic, however dire, can take away. So I think we should be very thankful for the fact that we're in a business where the sun will not set. I think all of us have been pushed into the digital age by force over the last few months, whether we like it or not, some of us kicking and screaming and some of us willingly. Those of us who were not embracing the new technologies have been forced to do so. Those of us who were embracing it are teaching those of us who were not how to do so. One very important part of this entire exercise, and I think since we are talking about the fact that cinema halls have been shut over the last 3 months, is that part of our heritage and culture over the last 100 years has been a prolific film production setup, whether it's multiple languages, multiple genres. We've been the most prolific film producing nation in the world. And I think it will be very important going forward for us to ensure that that cinematic heritage remains and that all modes of distribution coexist. Unfortunately, because of the intense amount of capital that has been invested in the exhibition sector and the fact that they have been shut now for more than 100 days, it is a very tough time. And I think what we're all grappling with at this point of time is that there is a requirement for capital within the business for it to keep sustaining. We do understand that unlike a few countries like the UK, which has done a 1.5 billion grant to the creative sectors, India as a country might not be in a position to do so at this point of time. But I think it would be useful if we could look at some help from the government in being able to provide the access to capital. Because there are significant, very organized sectors at this point of time within the media and entertainment sector that have a requirement for capital, but unfortunately, because of the prevailing circumstances, are not being able to access it. So I think that availability of debt would be important for the industry to sustain itself, because like I said, the audiences will want to come back to the cinemas, but which cinemas are they going to be coming back to? Unfortunately, a lot of the smaller scale sector within the exhibition business, which is not that structured, might not be able to stick around for a long time to come. The other part that I think I would like to mention at this point of time is that if we can look at a longer term plan to be able to actually assist this sector. Screen density, I think, is one thing within our country that we've been grappling with for a long time now. We talk about the US, we talk about China, we talk about the number of screens per million in terms of the population there, and how woefully short we fall when it comes to that. When you look at the fact that between Juhu and Andheri Link Road, the number of screens that exist are more than the number of screens in the whole state of Bihar, you'll actually see the disparity that exists in terms of some places being oversaturated with regard to the number of screens that are available and some places being woefully underscreened. If there is some way that the government can, I think, collaborate with the sector to be able to ensure that some incentives are given to the exhibitors to be able to expand their footprint, I do believe that we will see a renaissance in the theatrical experience going forward. I think the other point that I really want to make out here is that, global paradigms are shifting right now. You do have a situation where, the world is much more open to different modes of content, different kinds of content from all around the world. We, I think, have been frogs in a well to a certain extent, and we are victims of our own success. I think the fact that we've got a captive audience of 1.4 billion people and then a South Asian diaspora of more than 30 million people has led us to actually be quite complacent in terms of the content that we're producing and who we're producing it for. It's important for us to now be able to peek out of the well and see that there's a whole river outside that we can go and swim in, and that why can't we have our own Fauda and our own Money Heist and our own Parasite? Why is it that we don't have Indian content that is actually being able to reach out to the world? The talent is there. I think it's just important for us to be able to get in there, for producers and for creators to be much more ambitious in our plans and to actually look at the world as our oyster rather than just where we come from. The next cycle of growth is going to be very important, and there are 3 points that I briefly want to touch upon here where I think it's important that we really look at it very closely if we want to be able to incentivize our creators to move to the next level. One is the growing talk around the censorship when it comes to the OTT platforms. What OTT has actually given us an opportunity to do is to be able to be innovative, to be able to be creative, to be able to tell stories that we probably might not have been able to tell otherwise, and to be able to get our content to now resonate globally and be able to be a global standard. It's very important for us to look at this sector very sensitively and look at self-regulation rather than any large centralized regulation within the sector in order to be able to help it to thrive. because going forward, it will be crucial for us to maintain the creativity within this model and to ensure that a good balance is maintained between self-regulation and between creative expression. The other one, of course, is piracy. I read this article the other day about a bunch of hackers who had targeted people who were going to illegal websites and they were downloading movies and series and they were introducing malware into their computers. I couldn't help feel a sense of a thrill at knowing that in the typical words of my favorite film, Sholay, Loha Lohe ko katta hai. Because in this sense, it was actually a situation where you had a bunch of hackers going out and taking out people who were stealing content. But you know, we are a country where the Thakur still has his two arms. And I think it's important for us to look to the Thakur and not look to vigilantism to be able to circumvent piracy. I think, there's a lot that we can do with the help of the state to be able to ensure that our intellectual property is actually protected going forward. And I think the last point that I wanted to make within this context was really the ease of doing business in terms of shooting. There's been a lot of work that the Film Facilitation Office has made in this regard. They've been able to actually ensure that more than 100 international productions in the last 4 years have been given permission to shoot in India. The ASI has been very forthcoming and we can now shoot at a lot of our archaeological sites as well. Visas have been made easier to procure. But there's a lot more that we can do because especially in the next few years, when there's going to be a lot of curtailment in our ability to be able to go abroad, and which we were doing a lot of because of the incentives that were being offered in other areas. If our states within the country can provide incentives to producers to visit those states and to actually showcase those states in their movies, travel and tourism will get a boost and our producers will be incentivized to actually stay within the country and shoot within the country. If there's some form of single window clearances that can be adopted there, that would be very useful. And I just want to end by saying that I think as an industry, we've really been punching below our weight. We've not really been able to communicate both to ourselves, frankly, as well as to the government, as well as to sort of the public at large, the sort of contribution that we do make to the economy of the country. There's a report that released yesterday, actually it was released by the MPA along with FICCI, Deloitte and the Producers Guild of India, that said that in 2019, the media and entertainment industry actually contributed 50 billion to the sort of economic contribution in the country. Now that's significantly higher than the 16 billion that keeps getting touted. And that's because when you take all the ancillary sectors that the industry actually helps to promote and to create, that number is as much as 50 billion. And the employment is, we employ around 26 lakh people as against the usual number that gets touted, which is around 8 lakh people. So it's a very significant contributor to the economy. We should look at it as a source of soft power. We want this to be the Indian century going forward. And we all know that America is not the dominant cultural superpower only because of its financial markets or its military strength. It's the dominant cultural superpower because they use their movies, their music, and McDonald's to actually take over the world with regard to the way that they were perceived. And I think if we can step into the breach and actually be able to use our ability and our creativity and unleash it across the world, this industry can definitely be a wonderful source of soft power for the country going forward. So that's it. I'd like to thank FICCI once again, and I'd like to thank the Minister for sparing the time to be with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Siddharth Roy Kapoor, really, for touching about the digital age, the daily dose of entertainment, needing the direction of capital to flow to this sector, increasing the density of screens, and developing our own models of censorship, attacking piracy, and our own content as we go through. In fact, we had the entire team of Fauda in a session in Frames, and there's an Indian adaptation of that being made as we talk. But why not our own Fauda? Why an adaptation? So thank you very much for that perspective. May I now invite Mr. V. Suresh Babu, National Representative of the Active Film Producers Guild of Telangana, a veteran leader of the industry, leading producer of Telugu films, and an owner of cinema chains in South India. Of course, he's interacted on many a platform earlier with the minister, while the minister was inspiring us and getting us to really develop content and revive the film sector here. So, Mr. Suresh Babu.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Minister Saab, for being with us. Siddharth has sort of put across everything, or most of it, that need to be said about our industry. there are a few things that I thought we should add on. This whole media and entertainment or media creative business, if we want to make the ease of business convenient for all of us, if there could be one ministry where in Delhi and in the states that we could easily represent so that we don't have to move from between different departments. I don't know how that would work, but if there is one ministry for all these creative businesses, it will go a long way in taking the Indian flag very, very high. Because this industry is capable of creating many more jobs, and it's for the value that we put in, I think the output would be very, very high. On the other thing is about when we've all been affected. Now we need the support of the government and the industry and be very prudent on when we restart our businesses. There are a lot of stakeholders in each of these businesses. For example, in the exhibition, we should not be too early or we should not be too late. The workers are involved, the patrons are involved, the exhibitors are involved, and the producers are involved. Opening these things up at the right time is going to be very important, because any mistakes made in that, with newer changes happening, with the OTTs coming up, that will become very detrimental for the exhibition business in the long run. We need to keep that in mind when the screens are opened up nationally at one point of time. And Minister Saab in his earlier sessions told us, instead of having 10,000 theatres, we should have 30,000 theatres or 50,000 theatres very soon. And we've always been requesting Minister Saab for some kind of GST cuts or power tariff cuts. If there is some way that whatever discount is given, whatever the government can do, and that money goes back only into building further infrastructure. If there is a GST that's earned by a theatre, you give that money back to those people to build more theatres, not to take it back home, but build more infrastructure. Then there will be a lot of people who will look forward, and then they'll put in their own money. And then this could become a good initiative to see that more and more infrastructure comes in, and that will be really helpful. So last but not the least, we will be infinitely patient, and we also have infinite faith that this business is going to live, and we'll see that with the help of the government that this business lives for a long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suresh Babuji. Thank you very much for that brief remarks. It is now time for me, and indeed a great pleasure, to invite our chief guest of this evening, Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry and the Honorable Minister for Railways, to give his valedictory address. The Honorable Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal.
Thank you very much, Dilip. Ms. Sangeeta, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, President of FICCI, Mr. Siddharth Roy Kapoor, Founder and MD of Roy Kapoor Films and President of the Producers Guild of India, Shri Suresh Babu Dagabati, other esteemed guests in today's FICCI eFrames program, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I cannot but pay my condolences and remember the contribution of some of the greatest stars that the film industry lost in the last few months. After COVID was declared and the lockdown happened, I think we saw a series of very, very eminent persons associated with the film industry leave us. While I would not know all the eminent people from different industries, including Tamil or Telugu or Malayalam, but certainly I would recognize that we lost Irfan Khan, we lost Rishi Kapoor, we lost Sushant Singh Rajput, Ms. Saroj Khan, and if I may say, somebody who every buddy in the country would recognize as Surma Bhopali, Mr. Jagdeep. All of them played a very important role in the industry. I personally can say I was a fan of all 5 of them. I've enjoyed whether it was English medium of Irfan Khan and his many other films. Rishi Kapoor, of course, we've all idolized right from childhood, from Bobby days, right up to his recent movies where he comes in with Amitabh Bachchan and some really fantastic stuff that he's given all of us. Chhichhore, it was that Sushant Singh Rajput was most well known for. Jagdeep, of course, I remember right from my childhood, but even Siddharth quotes from Sholay, so obviously that was his defining moment. And Sarojji is somebody whom I think one cannot but respect very deeply for bringing in music and dance and real light entertainment, including probably the creation of Madhuri Dixit. And over the years, I'm sure film industry stalwarts from across the country and in some sense across the world have played a very important role. But all of these very eminent persons will be missed very deeply, and my condolences to all our friends from the film fraternity for this big loss. COVID is a crisis that is before us, but it shall pass like every crisis does. But a lot of lessons will remain. And it's important that industry leaders use this opportunity to prepare the country and the industry for a post-COVID world. In some sense, it's very clearly going to be a renaissance of sorts. We'll now have a before COVID and an after COVID. And in 2020, the defining moment of after COVID, where the entire world has changed. But the whole world is also adapting itself to the new way of working. And clearly, to stay ahead, you always need to think out of the box. You can't stay ahead if you're going to go down the beaten track. Continuous innovation, reimagining the way businesses run, the way businesses are conducted, redesigning the framework of our own engagements, of our own businesses, and reinventing the future is going to really determine the success of all of us and every industry that we represent. COVID has left a very significant impact on the conduct of the film business also, and the associated entertainment industry. Just like digital meetings have become the new norm, of course, with great benefit also. I was telling somebody the other day, I see my own productivity has increased probably 3x. And more importantly, I'm able to make it to meetings on time because I'm not stuck in a traffic jam anywhere. I can determine the amount of time my meeting will take. I can have a more organized session rather than a lot of time lost in pleasantries and formalities. And I suspect the same will be for other businesses also, who will all have to function in the new world with a lot of precaution. You will have to certainly ensure that all of you are not exposed to risk beyond a certain degree. But at the same time, fear is not going to get us anywhere. We'll have to be bold. We'll have to engage with the new world order. We'll have to adapt to the new ways of working and emerge as an innovative and resilient sector. So just like AI could stand for artificial intelligence, it could stand for aspirational India, it could also stand for a country which wishes to see animation coming into your industry and innovation coming into your industry. Why I collectively spoke about animation and innovation is that of late I find that the movies which come out of animation or these new high-tech movies seem to be grossing much better, even though the investments also are much larger, than the traditional film format. And I think people want continuous innovation. So I still remember when IMAX came in, I remember driving down almost 20 kilometers to go and see a film on the large screen with the IMAX format. But the industry will have to keep reinventing and reinvigorating its ideas to give some new offerings to the people all the time. And which is where, while I must congratulate the Indian film industry for always being ahead of the curve, for being very contemporary, for its own innovation, as well as for its engagement to reflect the aspirations of young India, showing what's happening, showing the ground reality, expressing in through the medium of entertainment and films what most people, what the common man wants to convey, what the common man feels. They've also been a source of knowledge, a source of information, along with the entertainment they provide our citizens. I must also acknowledge the very important role many of our film stars and film personalities did, including, I think, your wife, Siddharth, in big measure. And my personal thanks to you and your family for encouraging people to stay at home, for asking people to adopt healthy behavioral practices, helping to protect lives, as well as raise the morale of the people of India. A stalwart of the industry, Mr. Amitabh Bachchan, called me up one day and wanted to provide footwear to the migrants who were not able to get formal transport. He also wanted to book a train to help migrants go back to their villages. We have other instances of the film industry in different ways, including online shows, helping people tide over this crisis. And it clearly shows not only the love and affection that the people have for the industry and the entertainers, but also the affection and the feelings of the people from this industry for their fellow countrymen. And I must place on record my acknowledgement of the huge contribution of this industry, even in our fight against COVID, even in terms of the encouraging messages that each one of you have been giving out and the good work that you have been doing. Of course, please don't take it too far and keep showing visuals of film stars cleaning elevators and the staircases and washing vegetables 3 times over before you cook them, or using a toothpick on an elevator. I mean, let's not move it to that level of fear psychosis that we won't be able to come back to normalcy. Let's all of us really look at getting the country back into normalcy. Let's now look at the post-COVID world. Let's see what we can do to bring back economic activity and bring back the industry into normal operations. Clearly, I was very happy to hear, Siddharth, the numbers that you gave out. $50 billion industry, 26 odd lakh people engaged directly or indirectly. And I'm not amazed. I'm not at all for a moment surprised. I believe it is true. I believe it could be much more. But given the potential that we have, some of the points you made, some of the points Sureshji made are extremely valid, and I will address those issues in the latter part of my conversation. But I must tell you that the contribution of the industry in social messaging is also extremely good. I mean, I'm a big fan of Akshay Kumar, for example, for some of the wonderful work that he's done. And of late, if I recall the recent movies, Batman was a huge inspiration for this country. It's something I have been personally passionate about. The availability of sanitary pads for all and sundry, for every woman who requires it in this country. Ever since sometime in 2011, my own son, while doing a project in Mumbai, a social project where he was studying why there's a high dropout rate amongst the girl child in municipal schools of Mumbai. The two biggest things that came out, 2011 mind you, the two biggest things that came out were lack of toilets, particularly separate toilets for girls, and non-availability of proper sanitary pads. They were forced to use used cloth or newspapers. It was quite embarrassing for the young girl at that age, 12, 13 and whatnot have you. And you gradually saw them leaving school, worried it could happen, so leaving school maybe 3 or 4 days even before, and therefore gradually almost dropping out of class, since you lose touch with what's happening in class. Of course, that experience left an indelible mark in my mind. And I'm delighted that my Prime Minister, our nation's Prime Minister, our Prime Minister, has really brought sanitation to the fore of the nation's agenda. Vidya ji herself has played an important role in that project of Swachh Bharat. And this government has provided nearly 1.5 lakh crore rupees to create 11 crore toilets across the length and breadth of the country. And today, almost the entire nation is open defecation free. Every household has a toilet. Can you imagine for a moment how we could have fought COVID, how we could have done containment, how the lockdown would have been successful if over the last 5 years, 6 years, we had not built these toilets? Women would have to go to the fields. People would congregate. There couldn't have been an effective lockdown without all the households having a toilet, having electricity, near 100% electricity in the whole country in the last 4 or 5 years. If we didn't have electricity, we couldn't have had water. If we didn't have electricity and water, can you imagine the lockdown being a success? Could we have broken the coronavirus chain? Could we have bought time for the nation, the 2.5, 3 months that we got, to prepare ourselves, to make us Atmanirbhar, to make us self-reliant, so that now we not only provide for the country's own needs of personal protective equipment and masks, but we also export to the rest of the world, so that we have enough ventilators, we have enough COVID beds, we have enough isolation wards, we have enough testing facilities. You know, we could only test probably 2,500 people in 4 labs when the lockdown happened in March. Today we have over 1,000 labs and we are testing nearly 300,000 people every day. That's the resilience and the strength of India that has come to the fore during COVID, and that is going to be the defining moment for India when we engage with the rest of the world. And I have no doubt in my mind, and like you rightly pointed out, Siddharth, I will be talking to the states also, and we'll work in the government to see how we can attract more filmmaking in India so that they don't go to Hungary and they don't go to the UK or even to Spain to shoot films. and create a lovely film like Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara and have the Tomato Festival become a national buzzword all over the country and see tourism from India to Spain shoot up many times over. We need to see the reverse happening. And I agree with you that we'll all have to work together. I would urge the industry and FICCI and Frames to think through this, given the realities of India's own fiscal constraints. We are not a $40,000 per capita country. We are not a rich country and that can give large amounts of funding. But clearly the ideas you spoke about, single window clearance could be something. FICCI and you could help us devise, the Film Producers Guild, FICCI and all your other various associations could help us devise a single window. And my ministry along with INB will be happy to take it up. We are doing it for industry. We would love to do it for you too, where the local bodies, state government and the central government and all our associated organizations, be it airports, be it railway stations, be it the ASI for the heritage sites, be it the police or the home ministries, we can get everybody on board, simplify the process, single form, one form, fees paid once, even if it has to go to 10 departments, the computer can send it to 10 departments. It's a digital world we are in today. Very much possible to use digital payment, e-governance, all of these things are possible. Let's engage on this and let FICCI spearhead that with this Frames initiative. Now that e-Frames is going to be a reality, I think we can achieve all of this through VCs. And Sangeeta and Dilip must be fed up of me by now. The amount of VCs they have had to tolerate me on. And but then I promise you, every idea that comes up on every single VC, I make my own notes. They get flagged off to the system, and Sangeeta or Dilip can confirm that we will pester you rather than the other way around to make sure that it gets actionated. But I would like you to think out of the box, see what innovation we can do together, how we can communicate, as you rightly pointed out, both the good work your industry is doing and what more it needs to do. Everywhere there are problems. I mean, you spoke about ease of doing business. I remember a friend of mine, a class fellow from school, Ricky Kapoor, who is into advertising films. And one day he'd come home for Ganpati, I think, and he was telling me that it's terrible to do an advertising film shoot here, the amount of harassment, then you got to pay the unions to get permissions to shoot and what not have you. I prefer to go to South Africa. I do my shootings in Cape Town. And I was disgusted. I actually told him, you give me the factual information, I'll take this up. I'll take up the cudgels on this one. But I haven't been able to really put together what are the real problems on the ground. But I think if all the stakeholders come together, we can collectively make a difference to this story and make it easier to do business in India and make India the dominant superpower that you were mentioning. Piracy is really something we're all concerned about. If there can be a platform or a mechanism by which some more whistleblowing can be done, I can assure you, MeitY, the ministry under Ravi Shankar Prasad, will be happy to keep blocking those sites. But you are also aware that they create new sites and new mechanisms. So it's a mouse and cat and mouse game. But we are happy to support any effort or any sustainable mechanism that industry can also suggest. We can tighten the rules, bring bigger and deeper penalties on it. I remember the VCR theft at that time. Government had really cracked down and we were able to get some success many years ago. So let's work together. The conversation around censorship on OTT platforms, let me evade the conversation for today, but I'm happy to do the conversation with you offline. And let's discuss the pros and cons. But I certainly don't want my child growing up to be exposed to some of the stuff that I see on a lot of channels and a lot of international transmissions that come into our homes. And I do believe that there's a lot of misinformation also, and a lot of very poor portrayal of India as a country and Indian society that is reflected now. While we appreciate creative expression, but for example, I was a vocal critic of an artist, a very famous artist, and you may not like to hear this from the film industry, but if he paints my goddesses nude, I'm certainly not going to tolerate. And that kind of creative independence or creative expression is not something that we can be proud of as a nation. So I do believe that this is a subject that we need to engage much deeper. Maybe other countries have had complete freedom to do and say what you want and show. But look at the levels of cultural depravity that you see in many other countries. Look at what their children are going through. Look at the broken families. Look at the kind of bad habits that children develop at a very young age in many parts of the world. And I still think, not that India is totally isolated from a lot of these things, but I still think large parts of India and many homes in India have been able to maintain some sense of discipline and some good moral upbringing in our country. We still don't have as many cases, at least in our villages, in our country as a whole, in terms of percentages, as we see in other parts of the world, of children totally going haywire. Maybe certain parts of the country have suffered seriously. And in that sense, when that is shown on your channel, on the film industry's screen, that is appreciated by all of us as a wake-up call. But you can't be glorifying, for example, drugs. So there are certain limits or challenges to allow global content to resonate indiscriminately. And while I appreciate self-regulation, but sadly, Siddharth, the industry is fighting cats and dogs, even while trying to settle all the copyright issues that come under it. I've been trying, and I got my officers also to talk to the entire industry. While I've been able to bring about huge improvement in the patent architecture of India and the copyright architecture of India in several ways, so much so that today we've been able to grant patents much faster, much larger numbers. Domestic filing is increasing year on year. We are soon going to reduce the fees for the small people, MSMEs and startups. The timelines have been reduced. Patents are now granted within a year. Geographical indicators are being encouraged. All of that I'm able to do. But your industry's copyrights, day before yesterday or yesterday, I spent 2 hours trying to understand what's happening and finally gave up. I said, you have another round of conversation. So I think industry leaders should play a role and bring the industry on one page, bring about some sanity so that self-regulation can even be considered. But, well, we have self-regulation in several areas, which is doing well, and we have self-regulation in several areas which collapsed. So there are certain professions who did it very well, including, if I may venture to suggest, some of the professional organizations like my own organization like Chartered Accountants. It's a very, very well organized, well knit, transparent body that runs it, or company secretaries or cost and management accountants. And yet there are many professions, I won't take any names, which disappointed the nation. So we've had examples both sides. I would urge your industry to really stand up to this challenge, show some mettle, and demonstrate that by self-regulation, the industry can and will provide some sanity and maintain high cultural and traditional ethos of the country or moral values that our country is proud of. Mr. Babu, of course, talked about cinema halls, proliferation of screens. I think you also did that, Siddharth. But at the same time, do you realize that the multiplexes and cinema halls, which are shut down for reasons beyond their control, there's COVID right now, have been pleading with filmmakers and the film industry not to give out your films onto OTTs, but wait for the film screens to open and start offering them first on the screens, like it was the norm before COVID. But unfortunately, the film industry didn't support that. Another example of an industry which is not really one in unison. Now, how do you expect the investments to flow into cinema halls, into multiplexes, if the new way of giving out films directly onto OTTs, and mark my word, it may sound very exciting in the short run. Maybe you even got more money through OTT than a release on the cinema halls. Maybe, I don't know. But predatory pricing never did good for any industry. In the initial period, you may get huge amounts of money, which will help kill the cinema sector, the whole theatre sector. But in the long run, once that sector is gone, then can you imagine, and by that time there'll be a proliferation of OTT networks. Can you imagine what will happen to your industry? Can you imagine how you will survive? There'll be so much competition that nobody will be willing to pay you the kind of values that they are today. So please don't break ranks within your industry. Please work as one, supporting each other, so that the long run can see a very organized growth of the industry. On a similar note, and I hope you don't regret calling me here on this program, another area of concern which has always bothered me has been the area of insurance, healthcare, and pensions or social welfare for all the stakeholders in this industry. Now you have extras. So when you see a movie, you see almost 300, 200 names at the end of the movie. And they are the names which are on the screen. There must be thousands more out of the 26 lakh that you talked about, who must be involved in the making of each artistic movie or each creative movie, or serials or advertising films or whatever, all these different forms of entertainment. I do wish the industry, along with self-regulation, would also look at self-improvement for the lives and the future of these 26 lakh stakeholders of your sector. Now, every little child, by child I mean adult, 18 and above, but young boy and girl who may be in a dance sequence in your film, who may be just providing tea and coffee while the film is being made, who may be a spot boy or a girl, who may be behind the camera, unsung heroes of a good film, your doubles, your guest artists or guest actor or whatever else. I think there must be some effort to have an orderly minimum wage, to have healthcare protection or insurance, some kind of social security. You could even engage them using the Prime Minister's own schemes for old age pension, for unorganized sector workers, for healthcare. Various schemes are available. But I do wish the industry would try to create a database and ensure that every stakeholder gets a fair deal, gets a better quality of life, gets a fair wage for the work that they do, and is able to take care of their children, just like you and I take care of our children. Because at the end of the day, it's the youth who will be the flag bearer of your industry and this country. And if we can take care of them from now, I think the future India, which belongs to these youth, will really craft or shape a beautiful future for this country. India can become a global leader in the film industry. There's no reason, given the fact that we are English speaking, that we cannot produce good world-class films also in English tomorrow. There's no reason why our films should once in a decade get nominated to the Oscar Awards. There's no reason why our Indian films should have very little ability to be shown in other parts of the world. I still remember a time when Mera Naam Joker tanked in India, but was successful internationally. Of course, Dangal did well both in India and in China, I'm told. But we need to see our industry go beyond the boundaries of India. And in that, if you need any help from the Commerce Ministry, I believe there are some restrictive practices in China, which we would love to know more about so we can engage with them, talk to the counterparts there and see what we can get in terms of concessions there. If there are such problems in other parts of the world, we'd love to talk to those countries also. And if any country anywhere in the world is creating roadblocks for Indian films to be shown there, including with subtitles or dubbed, then I can assure you India will reciprocate and not allow countries to display their entertainment products in our country. India will work with reciprocity, will engage from a position of strength and get a fair deal for all our industries. And the film industry clearly is an industry that all of us in India are proud of. All of us in India wish to see as a great, great success story going forward. We want you to emerge as a huge source of investment and capital coming into the country. We want you to become truly innovative in the work that you are doing and show the world India's best creative talent. One other issue that I think is an area where we can really literally look at global domination is the advertising industry. Today, if you see, two of the world's top advertising companies have Indians as creative heads, world creative heads. To my mind, some of the ads that we see coming out of India are amongst the best that you see anywhere in the world. I mean, an Amul ad is par excellence. A Fevicol ad, or I mean, I can list the Incredible India ads. I can list out so many advertisements that just blow your mind off. Can India become the provider of creativity and advertising to the whole world and become the soft power that you mentioned, reaching out not only through films or serials or giving out talent, whether as filmmakers, directors, artists, but also as advertising filmmakers or advertising creative artists or advertising developers of content. That's another area that I think can be truly a driver of India's future. If I may humbly quote from the Prime Minister, innovation is no longer a choice, but has become an imperative. And if we can innovate to that level that the world demands today, I'm sure our industry will be second to none in the world. and we can compete with anybody from a position of strength. Bharat Atmanirbhar Bhane doesn't mean inward looking Bharat. Atmanirbhar Bharat is not about closing our doors. It's about opening the doors to greater global engagement from a position of strength, from a position of confidence, from a position where we negotiate on equal terms, from a position where at the back of our mind, we always ensure that the safety and security of all stakeholders in our industry is equally well taken care of. When we engage with the rest of the world, as much as we take care of our people, I can assure you, we will be more and more successful. Not that I want to take it literal, I don't want you to take it literally, but it's another song from one of the old Hindi films which says, "Tum ek paisa de do, Bhagwan 10 lakh dega," which was an old black and white film I must have seen in my childhood. You remember that? A poor beggar trying to do that. It's a very bad analogy I'm taking, but I'm taking that analogy only to say that as much good as we do, that goodness comes back to us. So if we are good to our people, I think God has his own ways to make sure that goodness comes to each one of us. So let's work in that spirit of togetherness, oneness, work for the betterment of our industry, yet also continue to contribute for the betterment of a strong India, a better India, an India meeting the aspirations of 135 crore Indians. And one of those aspirations is clearly entertainment, is clearly humor, is clearly a little chill out time. And that's what I think you can provide in big measure. I'm a big beneficiary of your work, all of you from the entertainment industry. I take out a lot of time to go and see films, more often than not in cinema halls, where I enjoy my popcorn and cappuccino along with the film. And I promise you, as theaters open up and films are again shown on the big screen, I'll be back there in the cinema halls watching some wonderful films that all of you are going to make. My greetings to all of you in the industry. I pray for your good health and your safety. Stay safe. 2 गज की दूरी रखिए, पूरे समय मास्क पहन के रखिए, लेकिन अपना हिम्मत और हौसला बढ़ाइए, काम पे लगिए, सावधानी बरतते हुए. Take all precautions, but get back to the economy, get back to rejuvenating the economy. Together, we will overcome this crisis also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I'm sure that all of you who have heard the Honorable Minister now will come away with one thought. It's never either too often or too long to interact with the Minister and hear the Minister, and it's never, never boring. So in your speech and your address today, thank you for recognizing the contribution of the industry, remembering the stalwarts, asking us to remain confident, reimagine, reinvigorate, re-energize this resilient sector, and of course, raising our morale and asking us to retain our ranks, and more importantly, responding positively to the points brought up and giving us ideas how to remove the roadblock and also to reverse the trend through the film industry of tourists going out but coming back into India. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. In the last 3 months, you have kept the wheels of the economy moving. You have helped industry address any and every logistics or a supply chain block. You have given us, been truly inspirational, given us a vision and given us a direction. And whenever we were down, you were there to raise the morale. So thank you, Honorable Minister, for being with us today. Since this is the valedictory session, Honorable Minister, I'll request if you can just hear me out for another few minutes because I have a long list of people to thank. There, I would like to thank all who participated in this 5-day conference. And the virtual platform has given us an opportunity to get a global audience, global speakers, and actually project an aspirational India, both in the areas of animation and advertising, and also share our innovations with the rest of the world. We are grateful to all the global and Indian speakers who have contributed to the discussions in the various sessions. To accommodate global speakers, we did have late night sessions, but the attendance was fantastic. We would also like to thank Italy and the Italian Embassy in India to partner us as a partner country, and the 35 business delegation that came virtually. We hope that the business meetings provide a foundation to long-standing business relationship in this audiovisual sector. We also thank other countries like UK who participated with a strong business delegation. And I think we'd like to also thank all our partners and sponsors. In these difficult times, they actually supported us through financial resources and made this conference happen. It would not have been possible without your benevolence to support us. Thank you for your support. Our online media partners also helped us to reach out to the prospective audience globally. A special thanks to all of them. I would like to thank Team Rigger House for the logistics support and making this conference happen seamlessly in the specially designed virtual platform, and also for the virtual exhibition booths, and the team at FICCI, of course, led by the chair and co-chairs, Mr. Gupta, and the team with Lena and team there. We formally now close FICCI Frames 2020 with the hope to see you in March 2021. As the minister mentioned, it's not maybe even if we come back to the physical world, but it will be a phygital experience, physical and digital experience. And I think this edition has shown the possibility of doing that. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for always being there for the film industry. This is actually the 4th interaction that some of this group have had with you. We always come back reinvigorated, re-energized, and recharged to take forward this whole industry. Thank you very much, and this formally brings us to the close of FICCI Frames. Thank you, Siddharth Roy Kapoor, and thank you, Mr. Suresh Babu, for being at this part of the validity session, and thank you, President, for being there. I know you had a bandwidth problem, so you hid your video, but you are now very much visible there, and you really enjoyed the minister's speech. Thank you, and stay safe, stay well. And of course, there are the FICCI BAF Awards in the field of animation, visual effects, and gaming at 7:30 in the same platform. Thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 17th edition of the Best Animated Frames Awards. I'm Rajiv Chowdhury, representing eFactor, consultants and auditors to FICCI for the BAF Awards. A big thank you first to all our entrants for their participation in this year's BAF. And a big congratulations to the nominees. Some of the categories were very tightly contested. So really speaking, we are all winners here today. A special thank you to our presenting partner, Intel, who have been associated with BAF for 12 long years now. I am happy to say that we have with us Mr. Ravindra Velhal, the Global Content Strategist from Intel Corporation USA. He is also advisor to FICCI Media and Entertainment Committee. I'd request Mr. Ravi to please say a few words. Welcome, Ravi.
Thank you, Rajiv, and glad to be here virtually with all things happening around us. But first of all, I would like to congratulate very hardworking team of FICCI, AVGC, as well as the Media and Entertainment Committee. I know this is patience and perseverance, not just for 12 years, but 17 straight years to give recognition to industry and a platform of voice for all our AVGC participants, not just from India, but from around the globe. And that success that we celebrate today is a lot of visionaries who took part. I mean, not just from AVGC sector from FICCI, but also like pioneers of Indian animation. I remember when I was a kid in India watching the Doordarshan, Ek Titliya Anek Titliya, which is probably the first animation that I know from Indian continent. And all the way to what we see today and what we celebrate success of animation, VFX, gaming, and comics community. So one anecdotal evidence, when I was visiting Disney Studio a long time back, I had a chance to see Disney multiplane camera. And when, God knows, pardon my ignorance a little bit, 75 years back when Walt Disney made the first movie, and using the Disney multiplane camera, when they saw all those images moving, that a lot of audience came out crying from the theater. And that's probably a very amazing joy, how we kind of leave our misery behind and get ourselves immersed into the world of animation and VFX right now. So with that, actually, I would like to thank all the participants. And as Rajiv mentioned, I'm pretty sure day by day and year by year, this category is a very getting hard to kind of compete and win. But since you're already nominated and contributed yourself, no matter medium, small, or individual firm, you're already a winner. And on behalf of Intel, which we never stop pushing the boundaries for at least last 25 years in the media and entertainment sector, and more than 50 years right now in the world of computing, we are very pleased to participate this year. Sorry, we cannot be there in person, but I would like to congratulate everyone. And moving forward, just from the AVGC, world around us is revolving as fast. There are many new opportunities will be created, I'm pretty sure. Hope this pandemic won't stop our creativity. And in fact, we all shall conquer and move on. And just one appeal to AVGC community, just like animation, VFX, and gaming and comics, let's also start pushing the boundaries of 3D immersive cinema storytelling by going into direction of augmented reality, virtual reality, immersive cinema. Of course, V is always there, C is always there, and take Indian content globally and also bring the best of the best from global content back to India. So with that, I would like to congratulate everyone, congratulate FICCI, and back to you, Rajiv. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ravi. Thank you for being with us. So let's begin the award ceremony with the animation categories first. And the winner is ENSI for the entry Sous la Glace. Let's move on to the next category now, which is a special jury award within the same category, and it is for the entry The Landscape of Emotions, created by children under 15 from the Children Arts Center. The film was appreciated for its insightful articulation and strong design aesthetic. Let's watch a clip of this entry. And the next category that we will look at is the animated short film student Indian. Here are the nominees.
My identity remained confined.
And the winner is MIT Institute of Design for the entry A Little More Blue. We again also have a special jury award in this category. It goes to the entry titled Clean and Green, that was created again by students under 15 years from the Toon Club and Ekal Mondiali World School. These young creators have used traditional art form to convey contemporary issues. Let's watch a clip of this entry. Moving on to the next category, which is Animated Ad Promo Film International. Take a look at the nominees.
Each morning we are woken up by things that give us life, by objects we bring alive. Each day we live by design. Design is everywhere. It changes us. It changes with us. Unlocking new worlds, carving out new spaces, turning houses into homes, and taking us places.
ये चल रहे वो नकली मूसा भाई की है सटकले डेढ़ साढ़े मिर्ची तो अब उनके पास चटनी तुझसे ज्यादा बिकता मैं मिलता अक्का इंडिया में होने किसका बड़ा भाव निकला तू तो सारा
And the winner is Webhub Studios for the entry Nick Ident Rap. Now, for the nominees of the Animated Ad and Promo Film Indian category, here are the nominees.
Each morning we are woken up by things that give us life, by objects we bring alive. Each day, we live by design. Design is everywhere. It changes us. It changes with us. Unlocking new worlds, carving out new spaces, turning houses into homes, and taking us places.
पब्लिक खाके बोले वाह बचके समोसे बंगाना ले मुझसे वाटले अपने गांव क्योंकि आया तेरा बड़ा ये चल रहे वो नकली मूसा भाई की है सटकले स्पेयर साढ़े मिर्ची तो अब उनके पास चटनी तुझसे ज्यादा बिकता मैं मिलता अक्का इंडिया में होने किसका बड़ा भाव निकला तू तो सारा
And the winner is, again, Vaibhav Studios for the entry Nick Ident Rap. Moving on to the next category, which is the Animated Non-Feature International. Here are the nominees.
Oh, thank you, Leo. Without you, I might not have made it.
And the winner for this is the Mill for Forward Festival, the odd one out. Moving on to the next category, which is the Animated Non-Feature Indian. Here are the nominees.
चंगू मंगू थोड़ा करो इस आइंस्टाइन के टैलेंट की कदर
क्या सोच रही हो बुआ?
सुनो बउआ, यूपी की सीएम 4 बार मैं रह चुकी, अब की बार तो।
And the winner is Om Animation Studios for the entry Andy and Pirki. Moving on to the next category, which is Animated Film Indian. Here are the nominees.
आसमानी पावर सॉ
Boom, check, check,
And the winner of this category is Cinestan Film Company for the entry Bombay Rose. Now that brings us to the end of the animation categories. Moving on to the gaming awards. Here are the nominees for the Mobile and Tablet Game International. And the winner of this category is Reliance Games for the entry World Roboboxing 2. Moving on to the next category in the gaming section, it is Mobile and Tablet Game Indian. Here are the nominees. And the winner here is Lucid Labs Private Limited for the entry Possessions. That brings us to an end of the gaming categories. We now move on finally to the visual effects categories. And the first category here is the Student Work International. Here are the nominees.
Do not intervene. Please notify the nearest guard.
And the winner of this category is Art FX for the entry Ragnarok. Moving on to the next category, which is visual effects in a non-feature international. We already have a winner declared in this category, and it is Scanline VFX and Bot VFX for the entry Game of Thrones Season 8. Let's see a clip. Well, here are the nominees for visual effects in a non-feature Indian. Take a look.
पोंगल बंदाचा सेलिब्रेट विद निप्पॉन पेंट।
वाह, ये तो कमाल हो गया। बिरला व्हाइट वॉल के पुट्टी की सफेदी से पोलर बेयर इतना खुश।
बिरला व्हाइट वॉल के पुट्टी में है बेहतरीन क्वालिटी वाला बिरला व्हाइट सीमेंट जो दे सबसे ज्यादा सफेदी, इसलिए चुनिए जर्मन टेक्नोलॉजी से बने पॉलीमर्स वाली बिरला व्हाइट वॉल।
And the winner here is Phantom Digital Effects for the entry Nippon Paint Pongal. Moving on to the next category, which is visual effects in a film international. Here are the nominees. And the winner here is Frame Store for the film Avengers Endgame. Moving on to the next category, which is visual effects in a film Indian. Take a look at the nominees. And the winner here is Hope Productions and Famulus Media and Entertainment for the film Mission Mangal. Moving on to the last category for the evening, and that is Visual Effects Shot of the Year International. Take a look at the nominees. And the winner of this category is Scanline VFX and Bot VFX for the film Gemini Man. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the award ceremony. But we have a few thank yous to say. For the nominees, for the winners today, the plan for sharing the certificates and the trophies will be conveyed to you in due course. Special thanks to several people, our back presenting partners, Intel, of course. Big thank you. Thank you, Ravi, for being here with us. To our eminent panel of jurors, thank you for your time and expertise. To Green Gold for creating the nomination presentation that you saw on your screens. And to the event partner, Rigger House. Thank you all for joining in. Have a nice evening. Good night.